Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 19. This episode is sponsored by SideShift, Ciptrea, Layer 2 Labs, Bitcoin.com News, Noans.com, and Huddling.ch. And our guest today is Daniel Krawisz, who is a co-founder of the Nakamoto Institute, has written some of the best articles about Bitcoin ever, such as Hyperbitcoinization, Why Bitcoin is Not a Bubble, the Bitcoin compound, I think it's called, compound returns, and a few others, which honestly are very impressive. He was involved with some libertarian movements early on. He was of the opinion that libertarians should also acquire some knowledge and skills from the cypherpunks, and all libertarians should be able to learn some cryptography. And I think since 2019, you have left the Nakamoto Institute and you've acquired a different opinion of Bitcoin. I think also, so before I let you speak, I think also early on, as early
Well, I
as
left in 16 or 15. I don't remember exactly, but around then.
I think around 2013, 2014, you were one of the first people to bash altcoins. And you also wrote an article about who controls Bitcoin and one about who controls Ethereum, and they're very contrasting. And I
Yeah,
very much enjoy that about your writing, and I'm happy to have you on the show.
yeah, but of course, all of that stuff applies to Bitcoin before it was taken over. So not to what people call Bitcoin now.
Okay, so how was Bitcoin taken over?
Well, basically, it was a social, an ideological hack. So people with a bunch of money promoted a bunch of lies about how Bitcoin works, and they got most of the community on their side, and then they ruined it. They destroyed it.
They destroyed it how? And who are the people with a bunch of money?
Well, I don't know who's behind the funding of Blockstream, but that was the source of much of the propaganda that came out about Bitcoin. So, and it was ruined with the small block ideology. So the original idea of the block size limit was that that it was a temporary security measure to prevent what was called a poison block, and that was Hal Finney's idea. But instead, the idea that a block size limit was needed permanently was promoted. And a block size limit prevents any sort of economy from developing around Bitcoin. And it prevents Bitcoin from being used as a kind of money. So it just basically turns Bitcoin into something that's useless and has no point other than speculating on itself. But there's no like final success that's possible with it. You can only like buy into it and speculate and then come out and get fiat money later if you're successful.
Right, but you're making the claim that the idea of having small blocks started from Blockstream, which was founded, if I'm not
No,
mistaken,
that's
in
not.
2014.
No,
It goes way back. It goes to Peter Todd,
no.
2013. He made a video.
What you put in the block size limit. So it didn't originate in Blockstream. It originated from Hal Finney. He was the one who convinced Satoshi to put it in. But the original idea was that it was going to be removed when the network was stronger. However, an ideology was promoted that said it needs to be in permanently.
Okay. But the ideology says that Bitcoin should scale in layers, and they're gonna build stuff on top of the base layer under the assumption that blockchains do not scale and should not be pressured to scale.
Exactly. Yeah, but that won't really work.
But there are some pretty good layer 2s out there. Sidechains,
Well, none of those
ZK
layer
rollups.
2s, no, none of those layer 2s can scale. They're all just replays of the Swift network, which is what we were trying to get away from when we got into Bitcoin. I mean, the original idea of Bitcoin that everybody believed in when I got into it is that Bitcoin is going to replace the Swift network. So what this ideology is saying instead is that Bitcoin does not replace the Swift network. Instead, we build a new Swift network.
Well, I don't recall conversations about Swift, but I do remember comparisons with Visa because that was the benchmark.
Yeah, so Visa is another centralized system. And but if you're talking about the Lightning Network, a much better comparison is the Swift network. Because the Swift isn't just one company. Swift is lots of different banks that are communicating with one another.
Right, but Lightning is not the only layer 2 right now.
Yeah, but none of them are going to work. None of them are going to enable anybody to send microtransactions to anybody else cheaply and easily. None of them are going to be better than the previous systems.
Oh, have you tried drive chains by Paul Stortz?
That's a different idea. That's the one where you have a different blockchain, and there's a way of moving coins from one chain to the other.
Yeah, and
okay.
How does this not scale?
Well, I mean, it would scale if you just had an unlimited block size. So, but if it did that, that would prove that I'm right.
Oh, they have this sidechain that's called Thunder. You can download from layer2labs.com/download. And you can interoperate that with some Zcash sidechain if you want fungibility. So I think they also prune the data every few months.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. And there's too much barking. I'm going to have to tell people to shut up the dogs.
Anyway, for people listening, check out Layer 2 Labs. They're doing a pretty good job.
Hey, I can't hear it.
And for people in the chat, I acknowledge your comments, Alex.sats, who says the Emperor of Bitcoin is here. I presume that's not myself and it's Daniel. Joan J says starts with a bang, exclamation point, takeover.
Sorry.
I was reading some comments in the meantime.
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I was just reading comments in the chat and I was shilling Layer 2 Labs because they're building these drive chains. Unfortunately, it's only on Signet right now because there is this political aspect of Bitcoin where adding a soft fork and getting some extra code in there is a very long and difficult process, and sometimes it doesn't pay out in any way. You don't get what you want. How was it with soft forks when you first got into Bitcoin?
Well, there wasn't any idea of soft forks versus hard forks. That came later.
Yeah, but Bitcoin only hard forked like a couple of times because there was that incident with the overflow that was an inflation bug. And then there was the incident that was caused by the Berkeley DB upgrade, and Mike Hearn was responsible for making that mistake. So as far as I know, Bitcoin only hard forked 2 times.
Yeah. Okay.
So there was a significant difference because Gavin and the others were adding soft forks into the code, and there was more trust, I guess, in the foundation at the time.
Yeah, but there wasn't an idea that hard forks are somehow illegitimate and soft forks are legitimate. I mean, really, soft fork is a lot worse than a hard fork because that's like introducing new rules covertly that people didn't agree to. If there's a hard fork, then you actually have to change your software. You have to agree to it.
Well, let's define the terms just so people listening can understand the difference. So Do you agree that for a hard fork, you're basically abandoning the old chain and you're saying, let's move to this new one?
No.
How do you define a hard fork?
Well, a hard fork is defined as a change in the rules that requires an upgrade to the node software in order to implement it.
So how is that different from the soft fork?
The soft fork means that the node software will continue to run and sync the chain without validating the new rules. So it won't recognize that the new rules exist.
Well, that's fair, but at the same time, a soft fork is called a soft fork because it presumes that nodes will upgrade to the latest version, which does include the soft fork.
Well, that's certainly not the definition that I remember. I mean, what I remember is people saying that a soft fork means you don't have to upgrade, which really is a silly idea, since the whole point of mining is that it's supposed to be about profit. So you think that people would be paying enough attention to upgrade their software.
Well, yeah, but every now and then there are some updates for, let's say, security reasons or discovered vulnerabilities in the software, and there is no update for older versions. So in a way, you're pushed to update to the latest version with your node, and that also makes you validate the new rules which are imposed by the soft fork.
Okay, so then it doesn't matter. You have to upgrade your software anyway, so the difference between a soft fork and a hard fork isn't important.
Well, it is important because in the case of a hard fork, you basically agree to change the rules immediately and you onboard the users within the new rules on the new chain. But with the soft fork, you're just doing this over 10 years or something.
Well, only the miners, only the people running the node software can upgrade the node software without upgrading the wallet software. That's another thing about the Bitcoin core ideology, is the idea that everybody is supposed to be running a node. But that's not the original design. That's not what Satoshi said people were supposed to do. So no, a hard fork is not about onboarding new users. It's about the miners upgrading their software. It's not about the users upgrading their software.
No, it's funny because until I think it was April of 2011 when Mike Hearn came up with his SPV, everyone was running nodes, including the first mobile wallet on the Nokia N900 was actually
Right.
syncing the whole blockchain and mining.
Yeah, SPV wasn't implemented when Bitcoin came out, but it was part of the design. It was the idea.
Yeah, it's in the white paper.
Yeah.
But you should have the option, right? Because running your own node grants you some privacy benefits. If you're not running your own node, you're using somebody else's. So if you're using somebody else's node, you're leaking your XPub, which is the master public key, which basically has information about all the transactions that you're sending, all the coins that you have.
Well, you don't need to do that because you can keep track of your own transactions. So you don't need to give the miner your XPub.
Well, of course they need to have it.
Why do they need to have it?
Because they're the ones validating, they're the ones that keep your transactions in the mempool.
Well, yeah, but they don't have to know which transactions are yours.
Doesn't mean they can't know, because your XPub gets leaked to a third party.
Well, you don't have to give your XPub to a third party unless you want them to be able to push payments to you. You can just give people an address or several addresses.
Right, so you're saying that you can enjoy the same privacy with SPV if you don't receive transactions and you only send?
Well, that is how it's supposed to work. You receive the transaction from the person who's paying you. You don't receive it from the miners.
Right, but is there any such wallet that only lets you send and not receive? Or do you use wallets like this?
Yes. Yeah, I've been working on SPV for a while now, and I personally almost got it working in my wallet, and other wallets have basic versions of SPV. But I mean, if you do have to restore a wallet from 12 words, you do have to query the miners. But that's too bad if that happens, you know. But no, the original idea is that you receive your transaction from the person paying you. You don't query the miners.
Wait, with your statement about the 12 words, are you implying that you're not using BIP39 because it's not private?
No, I'm not implying that. I'm saying if you are using an extended key system and you want to restore your wallet from a seed, then you would have to tell somebody who has indexed the chain what addresses you have.
Right. So what you're saying is that people should be running their node, should be running the core version, because that one doesn't have BIP39 embedded.
No, that's obviously not what I'm saying.
No, but it's my deduction from this statement that BIP39 is not the ideal way to recover your wallet or save or backup.
Right. What you should do is keep track of your transactions and keep track of your Merkle proofs. So you should back those up. You should back up your transactions that are in the UTXO set.
So how do you do that?
Well, you have your set of transactions, you have your set of UTXOs, and you do copy paste, and you put them on your thumb drive or on some cloud storage or whatever.
But you do need to verify them against the public ledger.
I need to verify what?
You do need to verify their validity against the public ledger.
Well, that would have already been happening because they were processed by the miners.
Yeah, but in the event of a hard fork or whatever, are you still gonna be on the right chain, or you still need some action there? I don't think that's the end of it.
The whole part of the security of Bitcoin is that the miners are a service provider. So in other words, if they try to scam you, then they lose profit. So no, you do not have to verify with the miners that you are on a chain in which every block follows whatever set of rules you prefer. That is the miner's job. It's the miner's job to check each other to ensure that they're all playing fair.
So are you using the terms node and miner interchangeably, like it was maybe in the in the white paper?
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, of course, if you are running a node, that doesn't mean that you are producing blocks.
No,
but
of course not.
If you weren't producing blocks, then there wouldn't be much of a point in running a node. You would run out of money pretty quickly.
Yeah, but what if the miners get super centralized, and maybe
Well, they are going to get super centralized. That's the point. That's the design. The miners all connect to one another, and they become really, really good friends. So they become super centralized.
Oh, what do you call that? A monopoly, oligopoly?
That's just capitalism.
Is it really?
Yes.
Because in my understanding, free market capitalism is about competition.
Correct. Anybody can become a miner. There's openly join the network and mine and try to be a service provider. Anybody can get in. So this is competition.
Therefore, what's the incentive to join the monopoly? If you can opt out and establish your own
a
pool.
monopoly is when there's just one company providing a service. This is how we see that the Bitcoin core guys are unaware of libertarian ideas. In libertarianism or in economics, there's this idea called the general equilibrium model. And people use this to make the same arguments about capitalism in general that people are making in BTC. It's like the Bitcoin core people have never heard of it before. But in general, every market ends up with a few large firms and then a larger number of small firms. So, and then people say like, oh, the general equilibrium model doesn't work then, because the whole idea of that is we have a bunch of equally sized small firms. So therefore, libertarianism doesn't work, and we need to have some kind of intervention to prevent large firms from existing. People have been having this argument for over 100 years now. And libertarians are supposed to say, no, we don't need that intervention. It's okay to have a few large firms. That's what happens in the free market. That's what happens in virtually every industry. That's what happens in Bitcoin. And just because there are a few large firms doesn't mean that they're scamming you. And it doesn't mean that they have the ability to scam you either, because they're going to check one another. And if one of them goes rogue, then that's a profit opportunity for the rest. Or if even 9 out of 10 of them go rogue, that's a profit opportunity for the 10th. A miner, it is easy for a miner to prove to everybody that all of the other miners are cheating, because they can provide one block, and people can look at that. They don't need to. You don't need to download the whole chain yourself. A collusion between miners is unstable, because it just takes one to prove that that the collusion is happening. So that's how the free market is supposed to work. That's libertarianism. Okay, we don't need an intervention to prevent large firms from existing. We don't need that in any industry, and we don't need that in Bitcoin.
Yeah, but you have people who will claim that Bitcoin has no inherent ideology. It's neither libertarian, neither communist. It's a system like no other.
I'm showing that the BTC core guys are ignorant hypocrites. They have an ideology. But yeah, you don't have to have an ideology to get into Bitcoin. I mean, if we think about the dollar or any other form of money, we have liberals and conservatives and libertarians who are all using the same money. So yeah, a successful blockchain would have people who can cooperate and still disagree with each other. But to me, the BTC core, that is an ideology, and it contains very silly and destructive ideas, and it's not composed of people who are able to cooperate and disagree.
Outside of the full user node, which you deem pointless in your statement, what else do you think is flawed with the Bitcoin core ideology?
Well, of course, they also did replace by fee. So that eliminates zero confirmation transactions. So that means transactions aren't fast anymore. And then, of course, after the chain split, then they added SegWit. Well, I mean, that happened at the same time. And so essentially the idea behind, behind SegWit and the later interventions produced by the core devs is an extension of Ross Ulbricht's defense when he was first arrested, which was to say that the keys for the Silk Road did not correspond to any specific identity because there were several people who had access to the keys. Therefore, there's reasonable doubt that that Ross Ulbricht was in fact responsible for the crimes that he was being accused of. So the idea of Schnorr signatures is that you mix different keys together. And of course, the idea of SegWit is that important information can be deleted. So the signatures can be deleted so that transactions are considered valid, but then the signature may not exist anymore. So the idea of the interventions following the chain split was to disconnect identity from the signature. And so something that Bitcoin has, which is very useful, is traceability. And that means that anytime you do anything with Bitcoin, if needed, if required, it's possible to go back and check what happened. And that means that ultimately, Bitcoin cannot be used for crime. And so that means that the people using Bitcoin potentially have a much better economy than people using some kind of fiat money, because they're not going to get stolen from, and they're not going to get mugged, they can be secure from embezzlement.
Well,
So
you are aware that mixers do exist, right?
Well, yeah, but you can identify a mixer transaction and then not accept funds from it, which would be a legal requirement for some exchange. Any exchange that would be licensed in the USA.
Okay, but doesn't that cause damage to the Bitcoin economy if you have subclasses of coins and there's no fungibility?
Well, fungibility just means that the units are treated as equal, but it is not true that the dollar is not fungible simply because you wouldn't want stolen money, for example, or gold or anything. There ought to be a lack of fungibility between stolen funds and honest funds.
Well, I gotta tell you that the way in which you described SegWit, which prunes the witness side of the blockchain, of the block, basically, when it gets constructed, and you don't have all the data there, it sounds pretty sweet to me because it adds more privacy, more deniability to the system. The way in which you describe it, you want everything to be 100% transparent and be able to associate transactions with signatures and everything involved. And I'm not sure what's your stance on Russell Ulbricht's situation with the Dread Pirate Roberts wallet, where it was difficult to pinpoint to him having been using it.
Well, that was the, well, I just made that point. The interventions since SegWit have been about making Ross Ulbricht's defense easier.
That's an interesting theory. It's the first time I hear it.
Well, aren't they? I mean,
so what do you think about Ross Ulbricht?
His defense was that keys don't correspond to identity, and that's what they're trying to do in BTC Core.
So what's your take on Ross Ulbricht?
Well, Ross Ulbricht didn't understand Bitcoin well enough, because he believed that it was going to be good for the black market, but really it's not very good for the black market. So unfortunately, he made a big mistake.
Well, is he still the libertarian hero that you were claiming he is like a decade ago?
Well, well, I would say that he certainly didn't commit a crime under a a libertarian system, under libertarian ideas, because the Silk Road was a voluntary system, and you know, of course, people made the claim that he was going to try to do a hired killer, but I don't know if you know, nothing ever came out of that. I don't know if that's real or made up. But you know, when we do entrepreneurship, something we have to do is focus on what we're good at. Okay, so I was also under the idea earlier on that Bitcoin could be good for the black market, but since then I've learned that really it's not, and so I've had to change my idea about how Bitcoin can be successful. And so certainly libertarians should come to Ross Ulbricht's defense and rejoice in his pardoning by Trump. But I think as far as a Bitcoin entrepreneur, we should look at him as someone who didn't really understand what he was working with. He didn't really understand what a good business model is. And that's something that we do need to understand in order to make Bitcoin successful.
Well, I can argue it was a pretty good business model, but let me go back to your article, which is on the Nakamoto Institute. It's called The Legacy of the Dread Pirate Roberts. And you said in this paragraph, I confess I never actually bought anything at the Silk Road and I never engaged with the community there. Now that the opportunity is lost forever, I really wish I had. Do you still relate to this?
Oh, no, because it was a bad idea to use the Silk Road as well, because all of those transactions can be traced in theory. And of course, people went to jail for that as well. The original idea of Bitcoin is that it is traceable so that criminals can be caught. So if you want to get into Bitcoin, you should not use it for anything illegal. It's not good for that. But the traceability idea is a lot better than the black market idea, because what we have with a traceable Bitcoin is an economy in which fraud and theft is a lot more difficult. And of course, with coin recovery, we can have people who get scammed, who get their money back, or people who are mugged, who get their money back. We have a system where violence just doesn't work very well. Of course, then you still have the system of taxation, and that's all based on violence. But it's also a system where you don't need as much of a police force in order to make it work. So there's less of an excuse for having a giant FBI or whatever. Ultimately, I think the traceability idea is better. That's just something I didn't understand originally.
Okay, but you also said this in the last paragraph of the article, and I quote, that the evidence strongly suggests that Russell Ulbricht and DPR are the same person. If this is true, then DPR is a political prisoner, and he is nearly alone when he deserves the whole of the agorist and Bitcoin communities to honor him as their master. He's the greatest agorist of our times and probably who will ever live, and I would rank him as the second most important Bitcoiner after Satoshi Nakamoto. Please support his cause at freeross.org. Do you still agree with this?
Well, I mean, I guess I would say if you want to be an agorist, it's better to do it in a way where you're not going to get caught. So now my way of seeing it is that his idea was always going to fail. It was it was something heading toward failure right from the beginning. Whereas back then, what I thought was that we could have a white market on Bitcoin and we could have a black market, just like any economy. But you know what I saw since then is that the black market guys are totally toxic, and what they want is to turn the system as a whole into something that is illegal, that makes it illegal for anybody to use it. So that in effect there cannot be a white market on Bitcoin. I don't think that I don't think it has been very successful to try to work with black market guys at all. So now I see Bitcoin's path to success as being mainly in the white market, with potentially a very tiny black market. So if you want to be an agorist, just make sure your business doesn't get very big.
Okay, but what is the competitive advantage that Bitcoin has in a white market where it's much easier to get your phone, you double tap a button, you pay from your Apple Pay at the grocery store, and you don't have to think about anything else. It just works. Like, what is the technological advantage that Bitcoin has in this era as white market money?
That's how Bitcoin is supposed to work. Yeah, it's supposed to be like that, only better. And of course, remember the white paper says, what is the quote? It says there's costs that are involved in mediating disputes. So with Bitcoin, there would be much lower costs involved in mediating disputes.
Yeah, it's on page 1 in the introduction. It says completely non-reversible transactions are not really possible since financial institutions cannot avoid mediating disputes. The cost of mediation increases transaction costs, limiting the minimum practical transaction size and cutting off the possibility for small casual transactions. And there is a broader cost in the loss of ability to make non-reversible payments for non-reversible services.
Yeah.
So this is the quote in the context. But once again, what's the competitive advantage when you're buying groceries? It's not reversible because they're going to pay you back if you make a return. They're coerced by the government to do so.
It is. Yeah, but like what, so something that can happen when you've got a payment provider is people can scam you, and then there isn't anything you can do about it. So let's say you provide the service, and then the customer calls the payment provider and says, we didn't get the service, so give us our money back. And then the payment provider doesn't want to argue about it, so they just do it. If you're using Bitcoin, you don't have to worry about that.
So
And that's a big
that's
problem
it.
with buying Bitcoin with credit cards, because then they can't, you can't get the Bitcoin back. They can get, but they can get their credit card payment back.
Yeah, but still, if you're gonna use it as white market money, you are still eligible to get refunds. And maybe
Yeah.
that you're not gonna get your Bitcoin back, you're gonna get some fiat back.
But you then you have to go to, you have to go to a higher level. You have to go through the legal system. You don't just go through the payment provider. The payment provider is just like a despot. Okay, so you don't have to worry about those guys. But with the current system with fiat money, everything has a payment provider, because you've got banks, and you've got marketplaces like Etsy or Amazon or eBay or whatever, and all of those things control what happens with the payment. With Bitcoin, nobody controls the payment. You shoot the payment out into the network, it gets processed, and that's that. And then if there is a legal problem, then things can change later. But you don't just have some despot who can do whatever they want with any payment. Now, you could say that the legal system itself is no different from any payment processor. But in the legal system, we do have ideas like equality before the law and innocent until proven guilty. And of course, these ideas are not always followed accurately, but as long as they exist at all, there's a higher there's a higher cost to or there's some insurance against arbitrary intervention from it.
Well, I don't know. For me, Bitcoin, the understanding that I have about it is that it's freedom money. It's something that you use when you can't use banks. It's something that you use for the purpose of breaking laws when laws are immoral. Because you talk about legality and you talk about regulations and you talk about what is legal and what is illegal, but there are parts of the world where just not wearing your funny hat as a woman gets you banned or something.
It's not good for breaking the law, okay? It's not good for that. You're mistaken.
Yeah, but you're assuming that there are no private ways to use Bitcoin, with which I disagree. And you're also assuming that there are countries around the world that have the same KYC AML on-ramp system and also have the same blockchain analysis advancements, which I don't think is true. For example, a woman in Saudi Arabia. Would you tell her to not use Bitcoin for reasons which concern her personal freedom? To break the law of Saudi Arabia?
The whole design of Bitcoin is that everything is public. And so I don't know about the laws of Saudi Arabia, but in order to design something that that would work the way that you would want it, you would either have to invent something different from a blockchain, or you have to create something that doesn't scale and that only has a really tiny economy. And that's just not very useful. And why would the bigger an economy is, the better it is. That's the network effect. So I mean, you're basically trying to say that Bitcoin has to be worthless so that we can use it for illegal purposes. And only a small number of people are going to be able to do that too, because the economy has to be small. So I don't think that's any good.
Well, yeah, but there are private ways to use Bitcoin. For example, let's say that you mine your own coins and then you send them to someone on the black market and they're not going to know who this is.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Good luck mining your own coins.
There's another use case where you buy coins from the miners directly, or you swap UTXOs with someone, or you get something like a bearer asset Bitcoin and use that one for transactions which are not stored on the public ledger.
Yeah. Then you need to have some kind of private network. So you need to join the Freemasons or something like that. But nobody has designed a network that is like that can't be infiltrated. So I think you're a lamb to the slaughter if you try to do something like that. You'll be led into a network that people say, this is good for doing private things, but really it isn't. Really, it's a honeypot or something else, something even worse. Because it might not be the government in charge of it, could be some other secretive organization. But if without history, without identity, you cannot have friendship. Okay? So if you're trying to join a network where everybody's concealing their identity, you're just in a really dangerous place. You're in a place where you can't have friendship. And that's something you need. Man is a social animal. And what you're doing when you make a network like that is you're making a society but you're removing you're removing the reasons that are preventing people from exploiting each other.
Okay, is friendship part of the properties of sound money?
Yeah, I would say the Austrian theory of money is that the value of money is like love, except it's on a large scale. So it's like a giant homosexual orgy.
I like your analogy, but at the same time it makes no sense, because you do need strangers who don't know each other, don't need to trust each other, who are able to engage in this. They're not friends, they're not enemies either, they don't care about each other's existence. They just need to acknowledge that the payment is valid.
Yeah. So in order to acknowledge that the payment is valid, they need the service provider. So they at least need to have connection to that.
Or they need the tools to verify themselves.
And they're part of a larger economy. So, like, if you're selling something, what happens if you do a bad job is that you can get bad reviews. But you can't get bad reviews if there's no identity. But if you do have an identity, eventually that can be connected to your real life identity.
Yeah, but once again, that's entirely optional.
No, it isn't. It's not optional.
You can use pseudonyms, which are not necessarily your identity.
You can't really do that. That doesn't really work.
What did Satoshi do?
What did Satoshi do? You mean what is Bitcoin for? It is a
No. I
it is
mean, isn't he a pseudonym of someone that we don't know who that might be?
yeah, but they found out who he is. He wasn't able to keep a secret.
And who is it?
It's Craig Wright, of course.
What makes you think that? What did he sign the Genesis block?
No, he didn't sign the Genesis.
Did he prove that he mined any of the coins that Satoshi is supposed to have been mined according to the Satoshi project?
No, he didn't do that.
Did he code anything in front of a live audience to prove that he's proficient in doing any of that?
I don't know. I'm not aware of it.
Did he win any of his court cases in which he tried to prove that he's Satoshi?
No.
Then what makes you still think that he is Satoshi?
Well, he just understands Bitcoin better than anybody.
Well,
So,
Roger
I've
Ver
read-
sued him because they had a conversation in private, and Craig Wright was unaware that addresses contain checksums. So the creator of Bitcoin did not know that the Bitcoin addresses contain a checksum. And that's on record. It was part of the trial.
I'm familiar with his writings. Okay, I'm familiar with Craig Wright's knowledge. Okay.
Right, but the question is, why do you believe that he's Satoshi? What is the proof? We don't rely on trust here.
Because I have read his writings, because I'm familiar with his thought. Okay.
Right, but let's do this analysis. Let's put together Craig Wright's blog posts next to Satoshi's writings. You're not going to find the same vocabulary. Some people have actually done that. It's actually closer to Nick Szabo.
So, I mean, so Satoshi, somebody can't pretend to be somebody else. Somebody can't play a character.
I'm not saying that, but when you say you're familiar with his writings, what does that mean? You associate Craig Wright's writings with Satoshi's writings?
Well, no, I'm familiar with his writings and I've read them and I've seen that he understands Bitcoin better than anybody. So I don't really have any reason to doubt his claim. I mean, so even if he was not Satoshi, he would still be someone that I would want to work with. But I mean, I don't see why I don't think it really makes sense for him to pretend to be Satoshi when he's not. I mean, if he was just a Bitcoin entrepreneur who had a deeper knowledge of Bitcoin than other people, he wouldn't need to pretend to be Satoshi.
There are hundreds of people who pretend to be Satoshi. They go to conferences and they make claims and they tell stories. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, so. But I told you what convinced me. That's what convinced me. His knowledge is what convinced me.
Well, can you be specific about the knowledge? What it is that he proved to know that nobody else does?
No. Just go read it. Just go read for yourself.
Oh yeah, but the point of this interview is to basically get information that maybe is inaccessible to my listeners in other ways.
Just go read just go follow him on Twitter, read his blog post.
And what if we're blocked and we can't read for whatever reason?
Too bad.
Like, just pinpoint to me a single piece of evidence that you have to strengthen your conviction that Craig Wright is Satoshi.
No.
You don't want or you don't have it?
I don't want to. I don't like arguing about whether Craig Wright is Satoshi.
But you made a statement previously. You said that they did find him and Satoshi was not anonymous because that's how we got here. You said Satoshi was not anonymous. I argued that we don't know who he is. And you said, no, they found him. It's Craig Wright.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, they found him.
Who is they?
The Bitcoin Core people. They attacked him with the tax office in Australia. They've attacked him in other ways. It's a very sad story.
Oh, you can tell me more about this story.
Okay, well, so the Australian tax office was used to harass him for several years, and then N-Chain was infiltrated by Christian Ager Hansen, and his legal strategy was subverted. So he was hurt a lot in court with that.
That's it?
No. Well, but I'm not the person to talk about Craig Wright. I don't follow all of this stuff that great. But that's some things that I read about. But yeah, I mean, to me, this argument about whether Craig Wright is Satoshi is kind of a distraction. It's just not very important.
I like this.
You don't need to believe that Craig Wright is Satoshi in order to learn from him. But I think if you learn from him, it's kind of obvious that he is Satoshi, because he would be the one who can teach you about Bitcoin.
Can you tell me what Craig Wright taught you about Bitcoin that you did not know previously?
Well, so the stuff I discussed earlier about Bitcoin not being good for breaking the law, about traceability.
Oh, you have blockchain analysis to teach you that if you want. You can actually read their reports.
I can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
So if you're into that, you can read reports by blockchain.
I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Blockchain analysis?
Huh?
I said blockchain analysis. You can actually look that up, and you can find all their methodology on how they trace Bitcoin. You can do that yourself if you want on a blockchain explorer. It's so simple these days.
Yeah.
So that was the compelling argument that Craig Wright used to convince you?
Well, no, the point is that the ability to do chain analysis was designed into the system. That was the original idea. And that's what makes it not good for breaking the law. No, but just because you can do chain analysis, no, that's something, of course I knew about that before I knew about Craig Wright. But what they're trying to do in BTC is defeat chain analysis. But what you can do is, well, and of course, chain analysis, that's different from traceability, because chain analysis, that means that you would detect an identity purely from the information in the blockchain itself. But you can conceal your identity with regard to the information in the blockchain. You cannot conceal your identity with the blockchain plus other information that's available. So if there is a warrant, for example, and you get searched, then you cannot conceal your identity. Or if there's, so you're connecting your identity to the blockchain should be based on information in the blockchain plus information that comes from somewhere else. But it should not be based on just the blockchain itself.
Yeah, sorry for the distraction. I just got this from my girlfriend. She's been painting my new avatar on wood with acrylic paint. Pretty cool. Can't wait for the final result to put it in my background. And if you want to commission her for work, she's available. But she will not be cheap. Yeah, anyway, Daniel, I've been thinking, so what was the moment when you decided to leave the Nakamoto Institute and pursue this new research of yours into Craig Wright? What was it that made you think, okay, this Bitcoin project is not what I thought it was, and it's completely something else that Craig Wright tells me that it is?
No, this was before I knew anything about Craig Wright. I left before I had heard the name Craig Wright. I left, so that of course would make it before 2015, I think, since that was when I first saw Craig Wright. But no, I left before that. The reason was because of safety. And my partners
Safety?
safety.
Saifedean?
Yeah.
Saifedean Ammous, the writer?
Right. Because what I could see is that my partners in the Nakamoto Institute were treating Saifedean like he was their leader. They were treating him with deference. And I just thought he was a complete idiot. So I just thought I have no clout in this organization.
I can imagine Pierre Rochard being of that opinion. I'm not sure about Michael Goldstein. But Saifedean only wrote one article for the Nakamoto Institute in 2017, which was called Economics of Bitcoin as a Settlement Network. And I think you wrote more than a dozen of them.
Yeah, I wrote most of them. Yeah. But they wouldn't publish my articles. They refused to publish my articles after a certain point. So I had an article about the Emperor from Star Wars.
Palpatine?
Yeah, Palpatine. Yeah, and it was about how you shouldn't take sides in the chain split wars, because you're in a better position if you just let people fight it out. So that was before I started doing videos, and they weren't interested in it. They were only interested in people who were pro BTC.
Okay, but there's this article that you wrote. It's called The Two Ideologies in Bitcoin from October 4th, 2014. And you distinguished between two sides. One of them was the entrepreneurs. And what's the other one? How did you describe it? The black market guys. I'm just skimming through your article. Oh, the investors and the entrepreneurs. And you distinguish that the entrepreneurs are people building stuff and trying to have apps for Bitcoin. And then you have the investors who view it as more of a store of value.
Yeah.
What's your take on this right now? Should you store value in Bitcoin?
Well, I mean, what I was expecting would happen is that people who were interested in Bitcoin would want to understand Austrian economics, because that would explain when it would be a good idea to hold Bitcoin and when it would be a good idea to sell, at least as far as the long term goes. But what I found is that people are not interested in Austrian economics and not interested in understanding it, and they really only like making decisions based on based on illusions that they want to maintain in their own mind. So, like, I was imagining something like a community of scientists, like people who wanted to understand the truth. But, you know, what I found out is that's just not what Bitcoin is. It's just not what was going on.
Then what is Bitcoin?
What is the Bitcoin community?
No, you said that's not what Bitcoin is when you're referring to the store of value stuff and investing.
Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer electronic cash system with its own monetary unit that's built in. But you know, what I thought is that people would want to understand what is making that monetary unit valuable versus not valuable. But that's not what happened. That's not what was really going on. What I found is that people who got interested in Bitcoin, for the most part, are just crazy. And they're not interested in thinking rationally. So, well, you know, I would try to talk about Austrian economics, and it just didn't work. It just wouldn't accomplish it.
Well, which branch of Austrian economics? Because there are, you know, the Rothbard people and there are the Hayek people. Hayek talks about competition between currencies and private monies and all of these concepts. And then there's the other side of libertarians who idolize gold and they say that's the hard money and everything else is softer.
Well, like the key Austrian economics are Menger, Bohm-Bovark, and Mises, and they were around before any of these splits that you're talking about. So they're what's common to all Austrians. And so Mises is the one who came up with the theory of money, and his idea for the value of money is that its value has to do with limited opportunities that come out in the market. So we have this idea in Austrian economics called the evenly rotating economy. And that is kind of an equilibrium idea in which the same goods are produced every day. And the same people buy, it's the same thing happens every day. It's just like a repetition of the same actions over and over. And so the conclusion that Mises got from this idea is that money would have no value because people would be able to plan every purchase in advance, and they would therefore sell. They would therefore keep their cash balance as low as possible and prefer assets that earn income, like stocks or bonds. And of course, the analysis I'm giving you is from Rothbard, but he was just explaining what was in Mises, but I think he gave a much easier explanation to understand. So the value of money has to do with the way the economy changes. And it has to do with things that are like limited time offers, you know, that aren't going to be available for very long. So it has to do with things that you won't be able to get unless you're holding cash. And so if you have an economy that has no businesses and no entrepreneurship, then according to this theory, there isn't any reason for the money to be valuable, because there isn't anything that you're going to be able to get by holding the cash. So what they did in BTC is they destroyed the whole economy in Bitcoin. And of course, the price of BTC continued to go up. So to me, the only conclusion you can make is that BTC is not money. And the reason it's getting more valuable has nothing to do with monetary theory.
Well, but you still have the supply and demand dynamics at play, right? So if the market demands for something, isn't that a signal?
Well, yeah, but that the supply and demand, or the demand anyway, that has nothing to do with the monetary theory. Because in Austrian economics, the reason people would demand to hold cash is because they would believe that there are going to be offers coming along that they won't be able to get. They won't be able to sell out of their stocks fast enough in order to take advantage of their offers. So, like if we have a stock market crash, that's like something. That's like a time when it's really good to hold cash, because then you're in a position to buy really cheap stocks later on. But we don't just have stock market crashes in which everything collapses all at the same time. We also have that also happens to individual companies. So like companies can be in trouble and their stock can plummet and provide a limited time offer to buy into it really cheaply. And then, you know, assuming the problem gets fixed, then and assuming you had the cash at the time this happened, then you're in a position to have income out of that stock that for a price that other people weren't able to get it. So basically, in BTC, they completely destroyed anything like that from ever happening. So the demand for BTC it has nothing to do with the Austrian theory of money. It's something else.
What's that something else?
I don't know. The theory of money is just something that's presented as an illusion instead. So, I mean, I think you could say that. Well, I mean, I think that if people understood that, then they wouldn't be buying BTC because they thought it had something to do with Austrian economics. I mean, they might be buying it for some other reason. But I mean, it seems like, of course, we have had Tether for some time, and that is a money printing operation that works just like the old and proliferation of banknotes that used to happen with private banks. And so since the inflation is being funneled through BTC, you can make money, you can make fiat money off of BTC by correctly predicting it. Of course, Tether isn't the only thing that's happening on BTC, but it is a reason that the price can be driven up. Of course, at some point that won't work anymore, and then BTC won't work anymore. So if you want to do that, you would have to predict the moment that Tether fails correctly, or at least you wouldn't want to be late. You wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to fail to predict it before it happened.
Do you believe that markets are efficient or honest?
Markets are efficient in the long term, and what the long term means, that really depends on how intelligent are the people in the market. Because people were very smart, then the market would converge on the optimal outcome really quickly. But I think that what I've seen is that people in this market are not very intelligent. So we're seeing something that that doesn't really make sense, that just goes on a really long time. And people act like it does make sense, So I don't think they're really thinking about it.
Wouldn't you say that the people buy BTC for the same reason they buy gold?
No, that's nonsense.
Go on.
Well, gold is something that can be used as money. I mean, it has been used as money for a very long time. The problem with it is that it's not very good for a global economy because it's not easy to transport large amounts of it instantly. But BTC is not and of course the reason that gold is good as money is that it has the properties of money, but BTC doesn't have those properties. This just comes out of a meme. Like people started saying Bitcoin was digital gold because you can use it as money, and because it's not fiat money, it's just its own unit, and like using gold as money. But it's not digital gold in the sense of being an but BTC is not something that can be used as money. So it isn't similar to gold. And of course, gold has secure properties that are a function of the laws of physics. And BTC doesn't really have any secure properties because it doesn't have any definition. And we've seen that people have been changing it for a long time. So who knows what it's going to be 10 years from now.
In the Bitcoin white paper, there are 2 mentions of gold in Chapter 6, Incentive. And those are, the steady addition of a constant of amounts of new coins is analogous to gold miners expending resources to add gold to circulation. So it was Satoshi who came up with this analogy that Bitcoin is digital gold.
Okay, but it's not, BTC is not anything like gold. And Bitcoin is not like gold in the it's not like the value of gold is identical with that of Bitcoin. I mean, it's an analogy. So if you wanted to say why is Bitcoin valuable, you couldn't just say because it's like gold. That's not very clear. That's just, that's not good enough.
But once again, you wrote an article in 2015 that's called Bitcoin as a Store of Value, Unit of Account, and Medium of Exchange. And you did argue that store of value is important and it should be optimized, as in Bitcoin should be optimized and engineered around this use case before becoming a unit of account. And let me find the exact quote.
Money cannot be valuable if you get rid of payments. Okay, so when I wrote that, I didn't understand that people were going to try to destroy payments. Okay, my understanding was that everybody already knew that Bitcoin was a payment system because that's what's in the white paper. Okay, so I understood what I was writing as supplementary to that idea. But yes, something isn't good for payments if it's not valuable. And that is something from Austrian economics as well. And so if people want to hold money, that makes it better for payments. But if you get rid of payments, then you have something that there's no reason to hold it. What they did to Bitcoin in BTC was justified based on the idea of this store of value, but really they were destroying it as a store of value. Really, if you get rid of payments, then it can't be a store of value. The two ideas, the payments and the store of value, those things should not be seen as oppositional to one another. They should be seen as in a positive feedback with one another.
But let's put this differently. If I'm going to search for merchants online that accept digital payments, I'm going to find more of them that accept BTC than those that accept BSV. And I don't mean Lightning, I mean on the base layer. So I can do payments with Bitcoin right now in lots of places. I can get plane tickets, I can book hotels, I can buy items, I can buy video games. There's what's it called? Play Asia or something, which accepts Bitcoin payments for video games. And there's none of that with BSV. So how do you explain it?
Explain what?
The fact that BSV, even though it's optimized to have payments, is not accepted for payments.
Well, in order to accept it for payments, you would have to believe that it's a good idea that's going to get more valuable later.
So the question is, why aren't merchants believing that it's going to be valuable?
Well, that's a good question. And I don't really have a good explanation.
Then why do they accept that BTC is a good idea, even though according to your line of argumentation, it was optimized in a way that destroyed any use case for payments?
What was it? What was your question?
So your line of thought was that BTC was neutered in a way that does not enable it to be used for payments. But why do these merchants accept it for payments, and why is there an economy for it?
Well, because they believe that it's going up. They believe that it's good to have it.
So how is that a negative?
Well, I mean, it's not a negative. It's not a negative to merchants. That's a positive. What's a negative is the fact that BTC actually doesn't.
Well, it works pretty well. I broadcast transactions. They get to the right place.
It's only capable of being a really tiny economy.
Okay, so your argument is not that it doesn't work. It's that it doesn't scale to be affordable. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, money, the competition between monies is negative sum. So that means a good money is one that's going to be able to defeat all of the other monies. Okay, and BTC can't do that. It can't be a big economy.
Well, I'm looking at BSV right now. It's ranked 125th on CoinGecko. The price is $28.29. It went down over the last 24 hours by 2.1%. Market cap is $561 million. And the volume, what's the volume? Just a second. Oh, $23 million. So how is this winning? What is the metric by which BSV is succeeding in any way? Because you can have unlimited transactions, but
I never claimed that BSV was winning.
But given your assertion and the way in which you described it, that it scales and it doesn't have what you described as inefficiencies that are taking away the payments use case, such as RBF that you mentioned, and you also mentioned the soft forks with which you don't agree, like SegWit and Taproot. BSV doesn't have those. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that it also enabled some opcodes from Satoshi, like Opcat and a bunch of others that are active on the mainnet. So you can argue that it has competitive advantage for building some applications on it. It has very large blocks. It's very affordable to pay for transactions in these large blocks. And yet the volumes are low. The users are very few. The applications don't have a lot of users. It's not accepted for payments in a lot of places. And it's still a hash rate minority chain, because it's still running SHA-256. I can look it up to see how it compares to BTC in terms of mining activity. And that's another conversation to be had, because if this was truly the superior network, then the miners would embrace it, right? Because they would see the potential in it. They would see that it has something that is worth protecting with their hash rate.
Well, I mean, you could say that there are lots of unfriendly people in the world, so they're all joining together into BTC. But economics doesn't say why prices go up and down in the real world. Economics has to do with long-term equilibriums, but a speculation in the real world should be informed by economics, but economics cannot provide the final answer. Economics has to be combined with your other knowledge in order to make a successful speculation. But but what I've said is that the reason BTC is going up has nothing to do with the Austrian theory of money. But that's not saying that BTC hasn't gone up and that it hasn't become popular. Although it's very small in comparison to the world as a whole, which is what Bitcoin is capable of, the real Bitcoin. But if you're interested in BSV, I would encourage you to take your own look at it and decide for yourself. But I'm not here to argue that your audience or anyone should invest in it. If you think BSV is a good idea, then come on in. But if you don't, then don't.
That's a fair assessment. Right now I'm looking at the hash rate. In the case of BSV, it's 430.67 pentahashes per second. In the case of BCH, it's 3.81 exahashes per second. So it's about 8 times larger. And then there is BTC, which has 986 exahashes per second. And I think it's gonna get to the next unit of account after exa, which I'm not sure what it's called. But it's a very large difference between BTC, BCH, and BSV.
Yeah.
So why aren't the miners securing BSV?
Well, they are securing BSV. It's the optimal hash rate is based on the income that you can receive from the chain. So right now, that's different. Right now, there's a lot more potential income from the BTC chain because the price of the coin is a lot bigger. And what are prices? Prices are beliefs about success, at least in capital markets. Well, no, they are in every market. Because if you pay a certain price for a sandwich or whatever, that means that you believe that the pleasure that you're going to get out of the sandwich is going to be worth more than the money that you're giving up for it. So, so people have a greater belief in BTC than they do in BSV. But that doesn't mean that you can't disagree and that you think BSV has better prospects than BTC. It all depends on how you think the world works and what you think will happen in the future. But I certainly haven't been right about everything, but I think that Austrian economics matters, at least over the long term. But I found that it certainly doesn't matter to people as far as how they think about the future. I think Austrian economics affects the real future. But what I found is it doesn't affect people's idea of the future. That's for sure.
Okay, so you established that markets over a long period of time become efficient and they reveal the truth beyond any attempt to manipulate or take away the truth of what's happening. What is your time frame? Or when do you estimate that the truth will come out about BSV being superior to BTC?
Well, I'm not going to tell you that. That would be like giving away free money. Like if I was right that BSV was going to succeed, why would I tell you when it's going to succeed?
I can tell you how long it's been since the fork. It happened in the fall of 2019, and that was the fork from BCH. So it's been 6 years, and it was never very successful.
Yeah. So but if I told you my time frame, that would be just another thing that I could be wrong about. And you shouldn't make predictions that
Oh,
are very
you said it's
specific.
free money just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, but if I was right, yeah, well, that's true. If I knew exactly what the time frame was and I told you, that would be like giving away free money. Why would I do that? So it really doesn't make sense to give a time frame. I would say if you're interested in BSV, you should have your own time frame.
But time preference is subjective, and we're not getting any younger. And I think time is the most precious
Well,
resource that we
what
have. So how long are you
look,
willing to wait?
I am here to talk about economics. Okay, the real market is really, really difficult. Okay, economics is something that I'm good at. But no, I'm not going to tell you my time frame, and I just don't think it's a very good idea to try to make specific predictions in public. Okay, if you want to get into BSV, you have to have your own time frame, and if that time frame is too long for you, then feel free not to get into it. It's your choice. But if you're going to get into one of these coins, you have to actually understand how it works. You know, you're the one who has to actually risk your own money on it. Okay, so like I don't think it's a very good idea for me to try to tell you what the risk is. What I would want is for people to get into BSV to have their own idea about risk. That's a lot better. That's more like people you can rely on. People who are just okay. If I said BSV is going to succeed tomorrow, and then a lot of people bought it, those would be like people who are just listening to things that people say and acting like they're real. I don't want those people in BSV. I think we had a problem with people like that in BTC. And now we don't have any of those guys anymore. They were just fair weather friends. That's not who I want. Okay?
But let me phrase it in a different way. Let's say that 10 years from now, BSV still does not succeed. Are you willing to admit that you were wrong about it? Or are you going to say that the time frame that you expect is much longer and you have a different time preference?
Well, I mean, I don't know what I'll be thinking 10 years from now, but yeah, I'll tell you right now that I was imagining much bigger success for BSV at this point, starting from when the split happened. So no, I'm happy to admit that I was wrong about that, but I am not going to say that I'm wrong about Austrian economics. What's wrong about economics is people in BTC, because they're just lying about it. They're just saying that what we're doing has to do with economics when it doesn't.
Well, Bitcoin is not purely economical. It also has to do with game theory, computer science.
Nothing is purely economical. Nothing is purely economical, but economics affects everything. But when people in BTC talk about store of value or sound money or any of that stuff, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just lying, or they're deceived. But they're certainly not talking about anything that has to do with Austrian economics. They're certainly not talking as people read and understood man, economy, and state, or human action, or anything like that.
You have a point there, and I think I agree to you until the conversation starts about Craig Wright and BSV. That's where I don't get it. That's where you lose me.
Well, what loses you? What about Craig Wright loses you?
Well, I don't believe in anything without any sort of proof, and it's been a decade since he came out with that confession that he's Satoshi, and he had that closed doors signing session with Gavin Andreessen and a bunch of other guys.
Well, I don't think you need proof. He's not interested in giving. You're not going to get proof that he's Satoshi Nakamoto.
Oh, but he sued a bunch of people who said that he's not, and he was not able to prove anything.
Well, he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to win in court. That's for sure. But
and there's more to it.
If you get into BSV, it shouldn't be about whether Craig Wright is Satoshi Nakamoto. Just don't make it about that. If you think that the original idea of Bitcoin was good, then you should get into BSV. But don't just get in it because you think Craig Wright is Satoshi Nakamoto. That's a bad idea.
Well, why is BSV closer to the original idea of Bitcoin than BCH?
Well, in BCH, they're still fighting scaling.
No, they're not. They have adaptive block sizes now.
Yeah. Well, we have no block size. We have no
they
block
don't
size.
Either.
Yeah. But yeah, adaptive scaling means that there is a block size, but it's like a consensus. It's like a consensus parameter that's variable.
Of course, but the block size is given by the amount of transactions that go into a block. It's not a default. You can't say we're always going to have gigabyte blocks.
Right.
It's the market that demands that block space and pays for it.
In BSV, there's no block size. That's what you need. You need no limit.
But that's also one of the foundational projects for BCH, which was called Bitcoin Unlimited, and they actually implemented what Unlimited wanted. Right now, if there's enough demand, you can have Bitcoin blocks as large as the market desires.
Okay, well, that's a different thing. Adaptive block size is not the same thing as unlimited. You can use the word unlimited, but that's a different thing. So in BCH, they are also still trying to do the black market. In BCH, they have also implemented, what do they call it? Some kind of transaction ordering. I don't remember the term for it, but that also removes zero conf. So that means your transaction isn't considered to be processed until it's in a block. In BSV, the transaction is processed as soon as the miners accept it. It doesn't have to be in a block before you start to spend what was in it.
Can the miners decline to include your transaction in a block in BSV?
Yes, but well, a miner can decline to include it, but once it is accepted into the mempool, then they're supposed to include it in the block. They're supposed to get rid of the mempool. Well, in Terranode, I understand there isn't going to be a mempool concept anymore. But basically, once a miner accepts your transaction, then it's supposed to be included in the block. But a miner can decline your transaction. But once they accept it, then it will get in the block.
But you said something very interesting there. You said there shouldn't be such a concept as a mempool. Is that correct?
No, I just said when they come out with Terranode, the system works differently. There isn't a concept of a mempool, at least within the software. I mean, there certainly is a concept of a transaction that has been accepted, but is not in a block yet. You could call that, if you define the mempool as that, then there is a mempool.
Okay. So how many mining pools do you have in BSV?
I don't know.
Are they based in only specific jurisdictions? Because you seem very concerned with law enforcement of the transactions. So it's very relative when you think about it, like law enforcement of what? Every jurisdiction that, or where mining is happening?
Right. The transaction, or the location where the transaction is created is supposed to be the one that that has jurisdiction over it. But that's, if there is a miner that is in some location that's in order to enforce some kind of change to the blockchain, there would need to be a sufficient number of miners who are at least connected to each other by company or by countries that have treaties with one another. So there is some leeway there, but in general, I would say that using Bitcoin for illegal purposes is unreliable. I mean, that doesn't mean that it can never happen, but it is unlikely that you could design a reliable way of breaking the law with Bitcoin.
Okay, so the way in which I imagine BSV, based on your description right now, is that you have a lot of countries trying to enforce their laws onto miners, and then you're gonna have like a huge legal battle where if there's a transaction that comes from another jurisdiction that does not respect their internal laws, they're going to try to coordinate to reorg that block, to remove that transaction from the block and keep the blockchain pure.
No, they're not going to remove the transaction. They'll just make a new transaction that moves the funds somewhere else, and there'll be a note in it that'll say, this court somewhere other has ruled that these funds need to move. And
right, so they steal the funds.
Well, do you think that there's no such thing as a legitimate court system? Do you think that there couldn't be an anarcho-capitalist court system?
Well, I'm not denying anything. I'm just saying that if someone makes a payment and it's valid according to the rules of the protocol, but then the legal system steps in and takes away that money, then it's theft. At least that's the way I understand it.
Well, I mean,
it's appropriation of something that does not belong to them.
If a transaction exists because of force or fraud, like if I used rubber hose cryptography on you, then it would not be stealing to reverse the transaction. It would be returning stolen funds to the rightful owner. But even if you were to say that every court system is illegitimate, it's still not true that every transaction that gets reversed is stealing.
Okay, so do you think this is good for the future of money?
Well, yeah, we already talked about that. It's good to be in a safe place where force and fraud can't happen. Of course, we still have to have the argument about whether taxation itself is force, but that isn't any worse than what we had before. So it's still an improvement.
So under these primitives, how is BSV different from a CBDC?
The difference is that a CBDC is issued by a central bank. But you have central
banks mining BSV.
Yeah, but you can, if they mine it, they're not issuing. Bitcoin was issued by Satoshi. But
Not
you
really.
can do
They're
tokens.
bringing new coins into issuance according to the inflation schedule.
The entire 21 million coins were issued by Satoshi at the outset. It's just that they're distributed slowly. There's a rule for how they are distributed. And but a CBDC can be a token that is issued on top of Bitcoin as a well, there's any number of token protocols. So a CBDC is not that different from Bitcoin, except that it is issued by the central bank. So that means they're allowed to inflate the supply, they're allowed to issue more, and they're also allowed to set the rules on which it gets transferred. So in Bitcoin, there aren't any additional rules on the spending of the coins beyond the legal system itself, as far as how it regards to transference of property. So so you have control over those coins, and you can say who they go to. But a CBDC could be designed so that the central bank has to sign off on every transaction as well. So that would mean they could turn off your funds. They could require you to prove your identity every time you transfer funds. So that's not how Bitcoin works. In Bitcoin, you prove your identity to the person that you're paying. I mean, if the amount is large enough. For small amounts, they probably won't care. Or you prove your identity if you are singled out as the subject of a criminal investigation. But you don't have to prove your identity to any central organization with every transaction.
Well, let me make this other argument, even though I want to get deeper into this. So in the case of a CBDC, it doesn't have to be on a public ledger because it's controlled by the central bank, right? So there's no reason for everyone to see everyone else's transaction. So your neighbor will not know how many CBDC dollars you own. But in the case of BSV,
no, that's not true, because your neighbor doesn't need to know how much you own in BSV either.
well, he can check the blockchain.
Yeah, but it isn't, because you can have lots of tiny outputs. So the way that we preserve privacy, the way that privacy was originally supposed to work in Bitcoin, is that you make a very large transaction that produces a lot of outputs. So let's say, like if I was paying you, I would make a transaction that had 1,000 outputs, and 500 of them were change outputs to me, and then 500 would be change outputs to you. And if people kept making transactions in this way, things would get mixed up very quickly. So you wouldn't be able to trace an identity in the blockchain. That's what's different between chain analysis and traceability. With traceability means that you connect the transactions in the blockchain to an identity by using additional information that isn't in the blockchain. So like information in an exchange, like their private ledger. If you had access to that, then you could trace identity. But you do not need to have a system that allows tracing of identities from purely the information in the blockchain itself.
That's beautiful. You've just explained how BSV can be used by criminals.
Well, no, because then they would have to go through an exchange eventually. So, I mean, or they would have to use some kind of legitimate business. Eventually, they would have to. Eventually, in order for the money to be good, the black and the white market have to mix together at some point, right? You can't
But
just have a.
didn't you
a
say
separate-
that BSV has no black and white market? It's all white by default?
No, no. Just because the blockchain itself is legal doesn't mean that there's no black market. What I said is that the potential for a black market on the original Bitcoin is limited. So if you are doing black market stuff on BSV, just make sure your business doesn't get very big. And you should probably make sure that there's a lot more people in BSV before you do that. Because right now, anybody in BSV pretty much stands out. But no, it is not true that there's no black market in BSV. What's true is that people on the black market cannot be protected and that they cannot have a reliable system. They can have a black market that's very much like the black market that already exists. It's one with a lot of risk, where if you do it long enough, eventually you'll probably get caught, except that in Bitcoin, you'll get caught more quickly. But yeah, if you're working with tiny amounts of money and you're not doing something that's that bad, and we're successful and we have a big economy someday, then yeah, you could probably do a black market aggregate thing on BSV. But
Yeah, you've just described how it's done, basically. You take your inputs and you divide that by batching. You put a lot of addresses. Some of them belong to the sender, some of them belong to yourself. And you just have like 1,000 different wallets. And since microtransactions are possible because they're affordable with a large block Bitcoin, you're going to be able to do this. And it's very much akin to mixing.
It is, well, it's the point of mixing is to, is something that conceals identity, or something that prevents tracing. But what I'm talking about does not prevent tracing. It prevents chain analysis. But that's also something that you would want to do for legal purposes as well. The point of it isn't the black market. The point of it is privacy. But yeah, that's something that is possible because we have unlimited block size and large transactions. You could make a transaction that's 10 megabytes or however much you want, and that is your payment. You can do that with every payment. Of course, the technology for actually doing that isn't very good right now. That's something that I've been working on for my wallet. But so far I've only made a few transactions that are like that. But that is the idea, is that eventually that is how all of the wallets are supposed to work. Excuse me.
Okay, so you envision a future where every single spend has 500 or 1,000 different outputs, and it's very hard. They're like decoys, right? It's very hard to understand which one is an actual payment to someone else and which one is a payment to yourself.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on how big the payment is. I mean, for very tiny payments, you wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, I mean, it depends on how much you're trying to spend. 1,000 outputs, that was just an example, but you could do more or less depending on what your ideal parameters are. But you could say every output should have between 100 and 1,000 Satoshis in it, say. And of course, you would want to choose values based on a log normal distribution. There's I forget the word, forget the term for it, but there's some kind of law that says that prices beginning with the digit 1 are more common, and that has to do with the log normal distribution, because anyway, we don't have to go into it, but yeah, that is the idea of how you're supposed to do privacy in Bitcoin, not with second layers, and not with ideas that destroy identity. You do it in a way that preserves identity, but prevents chain analysis. But you do it in a way that allows tracing with additional information.
That's an interesting way to describe it. So let's get back to the idea of CBDCs, right? If central banks decided that they do want to mine BSV and they want to bring new coins into existence with their machines, and they're also the ones that operate the nodes, so it's very costly and difficult given the size of the blockchain right now, which I'm gonna tell you the exact number. I don't want to talk out of my ass. It's 11 terabytes. So maybe for most people, 11.43 terabytes means a lot of storage, and they're not able to store all of this information. Maybe they can try to run a pruned node. But my point is that the data will get so large at that point that it will be prohibitive for the end user to run their own node. It will just be about central banks doing this. They have a majority of hash power. They can also refuse to store certain transactions in the mempool if they're not compliant enough. And basically, you can turn BSV into the CBDC.
Okay, well, I mean, what you're talking about has nothing to do with a CBDC. CBDC means central bank digital currency.
Yeah, but so I'm talking about the technology of a CBDC, not the provenance of the funds.
Well, the CBDC could be implemented with various technologies, but a blockchain would be the ideal technology for it. But I think that a central bank would want to issue their own money. Why would they want to mine coins? I mean, I would say that your argument is just anti-capitalist, and it's just the idea that people who are big are inherently untrustworthy, and that they will never serve you, and that your security can never depend on anybody big. And it is also based on the idea that governments can be competent. What I think is more likely is that private business would want to be a miner, and then the monetary system would want to control the mining businesses, just like they do with everything else. So then your defense is that there can be different miners in different jurisdictions. So attempts to regulate the rules of Bitcoin depend on one nation having some kind of hegemony over the world. So, you know, if you're worried about that, you have to stop the one world government from happening. But you know, if we can't stop that, then there really isn't anything good that we can have. So, I mean, I think your arguments are just, they're, you know, nothing is 100% perfectly secure. The only security that you can have in real life is probabilistic. Okay, so your security depends on having good friends, but that doesn't mean that none of them are ever going to betray you. That doesn't mean you can always pick out the right people with 100% certainty. But you can have better methods of choosing your friends, and you can have worse methods. So, I mean, to me, your argument is just starting out with the idea of defeatism. It's just defeatist from the outset, and it's saying like, I cannot have friends with 100% certainty, therefore I shouldn't try to have friends. To me, that's what you're saying. But nothing.
Please allow me to
is
spin this around and say that you're the one who's anti-capitalistic and sees malice in the idea of a monopoly, because if BSV is this great, then central banks and governments should jump in and say, this is the best technology that we can use. And ergo, you're not bullish enough on BSV if you disprove this theory.
Well, I mean, I think part of what people are expecting in BSV is for BSV to be the network on which the central bank digital currencies are issued, because BSV is ideal for that kind of function. So, but I still do not agree with why, like the governments do not want a one world currency. I mean, you could say that the central bank networks, the bankers do want a one world currency, but they would want their own currency. Why would they want to turn the fundamental unit of Bitcoin into their one world currency? You see what I mean? They can issue digital euros or digital dollars or digital whatever on BSV. So that sounds like more like what they would be interested in to me. But,
so did you just say that the end game for BSV is to be the platform on which CBDCs are built?
Well, no, I would say the real Bitcoin is like a slime mold. So it just tries to find value wherever it can. It doesn't have just one use. We would want it to be used for every available purpose. And if CBDCs are inevitable, I certainly would want them to be issued on BSV, because then it would be so easy to just trade them out to get BSV and use that. It's like making the way out. It's like bringing the way out closer to people. That's how I see it. I don't think that using BSV for one thing means it can't be used for many other things. I mean, this is just what we were talking about earlier. Like a good economy is going to be based on people being able to cooperate and disagree. So, just because you are a libertarian does not mean that you would not want to use a form of money that also goes into non-libertarian purposes. It's just about what brings you the most value, like what connects you to the most growth.
Okay, so Christine Lagarde, who is I was gonna say governor, but she has a different position at the European Central Bank, already announced that there's going to be a digital euro, which is pretty much a CBDC, and there were some specifications of it that were described. And could you make a pitch for Christine Lagarde to accept BSV as the foundation for that CBDC?
Well, I
Why should the
wouldn't do that.
European Union consider BSV?
Well, no, I don't want CBDCs. Why would I do that? That's not what I'm doing with BSV. That's what other people are doing. You should ask Craig Wright to make that pitch. I'm not going to do it.
Right, so
remember,
you're saying that Craig Wright would be in favor of this?
well, I think he would be interested in making such a pitch and would do a good job.
So if you're going to build a digital euro on BSV, what's the value proposition? That you're gonna use BSV as, I don't know, the gas that you pay for, that you use for transactions? Is it gonna be a token like Mastercoin or Counterparty?
The BSV pays for the transaction. Yeah. Yeah, every transaction requires some BSV get paid to the miners. So any tokens that are issued on the BSV network would require the issuer or whoever was making those transactions to have some BSV in order to pay for the transaction.
So under these circumstances, would you argue that BSV is the ideal platform for building CBDCs and you would endorse it for this?
Well, I would not endorse a CBDC. What I would endorse is just using BSV as money. And I wouldn't endorse that to the central bankers. I would endorse that to anybody who doesn't like fiat money. But other people involved in BSV are interested in providing this CBDC service to central banks. You should get them on the show and ask them to make the pitch.
Yeah, to me, it's interesting because on one hand, it seems like BSV is a solution in search of a problem. And it seems like the problem that it can solve is CBDCs because it's highly traceable. You have all the signatures that correspond to specific addresses, as you mentioned.
Also payments without a central payment process.
Okay, so if anyone from a government is listening to this, pitch this to your... This is what's bullish for BSV, right? Building CBDCs. It's going to be the gas money for transferring digital euros and digital yuans around the world in a traceable and, how should I put it, convenient way that's transparent for central banks to trace.
Let's say we lived in Ancapistan. Would you want a non-traceable money? I think if you wanted to set up anarcho-capitalism, you would want a non-traceable money, because the whole idea of anarcho-capitalism is that we do need services like police and courts. It's just that the government providing those services is inefficient. It's inefficient for government to provide any service, and that we can have a capitalist police and courts system, right? Do you agree with that?
Well, I can agree that there are certain needs that for which there is a demand, and the free market will find ways to supply them.
Okay, well, in Ancapistan, would you want a non-traceable money? Or would you want a traceable? Why would you want it?
Because everyone is in meat space, Daniel. You can actually see what they're doing. If there's anything wrong, you can actually pinpoint to it. You're living with your neighbors. You don't have to know everything about their payments. You don't have to trace their financial information.
No. Remember the difference between traceability and chain analysis? I'm talking about traceability. I'm not talking about chain analysis.
Okay, go on.
So, no, I'm not talking about knowing what all of your neighbors are doing. I'm talking about the ability, in theory, of combining information in the blockchain with additional private information to trace an identity. I'm not talking about tracing identities with purely the blockchain itself. Okay, so I'm not talking about people knowing how much money their neighbors have. And I'm saying in Ancapistan, would you want a non-traceable money, or would you want a traceable money?
Well, first of all, in Ancapistan, I would not want a single form of money. Just like the United States was built on the idea that it does not have an official currency until it finally had a central bank and the dollar was established. But if you read the writings of Thomas Jefferson, you're going to see that he was very much in favor of gold and silver as the legal tender. And even when the dollar was established, it was still backed until 1971, or at least that's what we like to believe, that it was backed by these valuable commodities. So why would I want in Ancapistan to only have one form of money which is accepted, like one official one, when there can be a competition of currencies and you can have exchange rates?
Well, I think that economics shows that since the competition between currencies is negative sum, the final state for competitive currencies is that there is going to be one predominant one. So you may say you don't want there to be more than one money, but I think the final state is that there basically is one money. It's just more efficient for everybody to be using one money.
Oh, and on
And
Capistan, even if there is a dominant...
question about traceability, but I would say that the whole idea of Anarcho-Capitalism is that services such as crime prevention can be better provided by the market within, and there can be business models for crime prevention, and that an Ancapistan society ought to be better on crime. It ought to have less crime. I mean, right now, what we have people call anarcho-tyranny, which is like the elites have control of the government system, and then they're not even trying to use it to protect ordinary people from crime. In fact, they don't want to. They like it when people become victims. So traceability is a very powerful tool for stopping crime. And so if we want an anarcho-capitalist system with private police and private crime prevention, we have a very powerful tool for that with Bitcoin, with the original Bitcoin. That's going to make it a lot cheaper and easier to fight crime. It also makes it cheaper and easier for governments to fight crime as well, if they would start to get interested in that at some point. But I would say that so in Ancapistan, you would not want a non-traceable coin, because then you are in a network of people who want to commit crimes. And so the the value proposition of something like Monero or Zcash is that the government can't trace what you're doing. But a big downside to it is that if your money is stolen or you are defrauded or mugged, then you have no recourse. Whereas you do have recourse in a traceable system, regardless, and you have it whether or not we have a socialist government court system or an anarcho-capitalist court system. It's just that it would work a lot better in the anarcho-capitalist court system.
Yeah, so I happen to be acquainted with some of your previous works, and I know that you're a fan of Timothy May, and he wrote something very interesting that's called the Cyphernomicon. It's not quite a book, it's more of a collection of cypherpunk ideas. And In the foreword, there is this outline of basic issues and says the great divide is privacy versus compliance with laws. And there's this argument that free speech and privacy, even if it means that some criminals cannot be caught, a stand that the US Constitution was strongly in favor of at one time. And a man's home is his castle. So do you still agree that cypherpunk literature is relevant and we should aspire to these standards of living, or should we just give up and try to rewrite the rules according to the limitations of the technology we have and the state of the world, where honestly right now the most bullish case for BSV would be for central banks to build CBDCs on it? Because, you know, there is no anarcho-capitalist state where we can go and establish these rules. We're talking about a purely imaginative world that we don't have. So in the real world, we have surveillance and we have governments that are increasingly intrusive when it comes to everyone's privacy. I'm pretty sure that there's an AI that's taking this recording and making summaries of it and searching for specific keywords just in case. And that's happening with everything that is publicized on YouTube. And I was going to ask you if you still agree with the mission of the cypherpunks to give everyone privacy and enable digital communications within an environment where you don't know anything about the sender, the receiver, or the contents of the message.
Well, I mean, I certainly wouldn't say that the cypherpunks are not relevant. I would certainly encourage libertarians to look into the wide variety of libertarian branches, including the cypherpunks. However, when I was writing that stuff that you're citing, I was unaware of the argument that a truly anonymous money couldn't work because of the need for identity to be to be part of a social system. And so I think that the cypherpunk idea, and of course, when you say private, what you mean is what I would call an anonymous. In BSV, we can have what we call privacy, and that is also what I call traceability, because you can eliminate chain analysis. So we have privacy, but we do not have anonymity in BSV. That's how we use that terminology. But of course, when the cypherpunks are talking about privacy, they're talking about anonymity, which means that you eliminate identity. And there's a big problem with the idea of anonymity. And the problem is that the way to create anonymity is for people to all disguise themselves as each other. So you need to have some protocol in which a large number of people are doing some kind of dance that conceals them all within the group. And that means that you are morally responsible for bad things that other people do who received that anonymity from you. So anonymity is a service that a group of people provide to each other. So in order to have an anonymity service that was morally responsible, you would have to have something built into it that would prevent some of the participants from using their anonymity to victimize other people, or else you would be partly responsible for it. So I think that there is a moral argument against providing anonymity as a service, because really, if you provided anonymity, it seems that you couldn't prevent people from committing crimes because they're anonymous. And I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's a contradiction to say that we have an anonymity service and we're preventing people from committing crimes. I don't know how you would do that. And of course, when I say crime, I'm not just talking about the definition of crime according to governments. I mean, force or fraud, what libertarians believe is crime. So if you get into an anonymity service, if you become part of it, you may not yourself be interested in committing crimes, but if you are not also preventing other people from committing crimes, you have some responsibility for it because you are providing the service. And you are also putting yourself in danger. You're bringing yourself into a group of people who want to commit crimes. Not all of them, but the people who don't want to commit crimes are people who are dupes. They're people who are being tricked. So you are entering a dangerous group that is putting yourself close to criminals when you join an anonymous network. So I think that the original ideas of the cypherpunks have a big problem that was not considered properly. Although these are things, what I just said is something that I learned from reading the cypherpunks, because they talk about anonymity. They have anonymity protocols, and that's how they work. It's a service that a group provides to itself. So that's certainly not saying that you should not read and understand the cypherpunks. But I think it also needs to be understood that Bitcoin is not a cypherpunk idea, although you could certainly say it was influenced by the cypherpunks. Although, of course, Greg Wright claims that the references to cypherpunks were added after the fact, and that he didn't know about them beforehand. But
beforehand means when?
What?
He didn't really know about them beforehand, but when is that?
Right. He says that he didn't know about Wei Dai before he designed Bitcoin. He acknowledged it as an earlier work and then added in the reference near the end. But he says that the idea of Bitcoin was not influenced by AI or by Wei Dai, but that he does recognize it as a relevant earlier work. But I think you could say that Bitcoin was influenced by the cypherpunks, but it is not a cypherpunk idea.
Well, I'm pretty sure that there are a bunch of guys who will disagree with you, but I gotta ask you this, because your understanding of privacy is based on the Chaumian concept of mixing, where you have people who are made to look identical in a crowd. And that also applies to signatures, it applies to networks, it applies to messaging, it applies to transactions, it applies to a lot. You can use Chaumian mixing on a lot of stuff. But there's also another side, and I know that you read Applied Cryptography by Bruce Schreier.
Yeah.
And there's that other side that's called zero knowledge proofs, and it's a field of mathematics basically, which is much more advanced than the idea of mixing. It doesn't matter how many people are part of that crowd, because the guarantees that you get for your privacy are cryptographic as opposed to relying on the number of participants. What do you think about ZK proofs?
Well, a zero knowledge proof would not, that doesn't make it not a proof. So if I used of course, there's a difference between an interactive zero knowledge proof and a non-interactive zero knowledge proof. So if you were doing a non-interactive zero knowledge proof, that wouldn't really be any different from any proof, because those can be validated by anybody. But yeah, with a zero knowledge proof, I can prove an interactive proof. I can prove to you something that I do not prove to other people. That does not contradict the general principle that, I mean, my point is that you should want to join a traceable network, because that's where you're safe. And that if you want to join an anonymous network, you're making a bad decision. You're going somewhere where you're going to get hurt. Okay, so the argument is not that you cannot have an anonymity protocol. The argument is that you don't want one. And the use of a zero knowledge proof does not change the general idea that that anonymity is a service that a group provides to itself, because identities are real things. So you have to do something that conceals your identity, and there is no such thing as there's no such thing as not having an identity. But what you can have is a group of real identities and a group of online identities, and a lack of knowledge about how they map to each other individually. And that is the only way to do that, is with a service that the group provides to itself, because they have to hide. They all have to do something to hide in the crowd. It's impossible to hide in the crowd without doing anything. So everybody has to be part of the protocol, whatever it is, regardless of whether it involves some kind of zero knowledge proof.
Right, but there's some very interesting tech, and we go back to the fact that you made a claim that all layer 2s are trying to replicate Swift. You have this new class of layer 2s which are built using ZK rollups. One of the sponsors of this show is called Citrea. They built the first ZK rollup on Bitcoin, and it's a way to generate a layer 2 that is much more scalable and honestly much more functional than the Lightning Network. It's non-interactive. It has some benefits both in scaling and in privacy. And you can use this to enable, for example, Ethereum use cases on Bitcoin. You can use this Citrea ZK rollup for financial services such as lending and borrowing, which is not possible on the base layer, and I'm not sure if BSV provides for it.
Well, I mean, if you want to do a layer 2, you can either try to have a centralized server, or you can try to do a mesh network. And either of those is going to have inefficiencies that sort of make it unsuitable for having a big economy. I mean, I'm not saying that you would never want a layer 2, but what they did in BTC was destroy layer 1 in order to force everybody into layer 2. But really the only way that Bitcoin is going to be for the world is if people are by default using the blockchain. And that means that the transactions have to be cheap and fast. A layer two, that's like imagining that everybody's going to be a ham radio operator or something like that. It's like something that requires an additional investment in the part of the user in joining this mesh network. Or
but that's not how this works. It's a ZK rollup. It's not Lightning.
Or additional cost in connecting to one of the centralized servers, which means the mediation cost, as mentioned in the white paper. You can't get around that. And so I'm not familiar with the specific technology that you're talking about, but no matter what you do, you're always creating these costs. You're always avoiding efficiency. With the original Bitcoin, we had something that was really efficient and better than what we had before, and it was ruined. It was attacked. So I mean, you can say that there's going to be some second layer, but you're never going to make it as good as the original Bitcoin.
I must say that I very much respect your energy, Daniel. You're making a great intellectual effort with this, and I can see it. And I must apologize for my mercantile attitude, but I gotta plug the sponsors of the show. There's SideShift, which is this swapping service. It's pretty cool, and they have a lot of liquidity. And by the way, Daniel, you said you want to talk about narcissism, and that's an important topic. And I haven't forgotten about it. So let me plug the ads, and then we can get to it.
Well, if anybody's still watching now, it's been like 3 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I went for 8 hours for one interview. I'm not saying I want to make this 8 hours long. I'm just saying that I have the endurance.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Why don't you plug your sponsor and then talk about narcissism?
Okay. So Sideshift.ai is the place where, let's say that someone wants to pay you in stable coins. And I know that you, Daniel, wrote an article in 2015 against, I'm not sure if it was Tether at the time, but it was an attempt to create a digital dollar. And the stableness or the stability is very relative, and you should not trust the central issuer and whatnot. So,
oh yeah, so that was about an idea for an automatic stable coin. So that's different from the only way a true stable coin could work is if you had all of the dollars and the on-chain stable coin was tradable for the dollars, just like how dollar bills used to have you can exchange this for gold. I don't remember the exact sentence on it, but that was an idea for something that was supposed to be a stable coin that would track the value of the dollar or some commodity without actually holding any of that commodity, and that will never work.
Yeah, and just so you know, there are people watching. There's James DeRose. He says, yes, we are still watching. Good vibes, good vibes. Bitcoin debates. I guess this is Kurt. He says, yeah, the artwork is fire. So there are people watching and commenting. Don't worry. Anyway, SideShift, if someone wants to pay you in Tether or whatever, you don't have to hold that. You just send them your Bitcoin address. You put that into SideShift, and then you give to the person wanting to send you Tether the Tether address, which I don't know, might be Ethereum or whatever. They send the stablecoin, but you get Bitcoin directly to your wallet. And it's also integrated with BTC Pay, Cake Wallet, Edge Wallet, Trezor, and Bitcoin.com wallet. So check out SideShift. Which one did I not plug yet? There's also Bitcoin.com news, and that's another can of worms to be opened because they seem to have rebranded. Now they talk more about BTC. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Daniel. but it's at news.bitcoin.com. They have a lot of news which I like about geopolitics and gold, which right now gold is at an all-time high. I do enjoy reading news about it, and I have to admit that I find better news on bitcoin.com than on CoinDesk or Bitcoin Magazine right now, so I do endorse it. Check it out. And there is also hodling.ch, which is a service from Switzerland, which deals with offering consultancy for self-custody. If you hold a lot of Bitcoin or you're part of a company that's about to buy a lot of Bitcoin, you should call these guys and ask them advice on how to do your setup, whether or not you need a multi-sig or hardware wallets or any sort of sophisticated setup. They're going to let you know according to your risk factor and your threat model. So check out hodling.ch. And if you lose part of your 12 words, like 10 of them, no, if you only have 10 of them and you lose 2 or you have 9 of them, they might be able to help you recover your funds for a fee. And last but not least, there's No Ones, which is a P2P marketplace that's built on top of the CivKit infrastructure. It's very cool because the goal for which CEO Ray Youssef aims is to empower the global south, to enable them to transact and be part of this global economy, as most of them are not banked and they're hustling every day. They're trying to sell gift cards, they're trying to trade on the spot market, and you have all of these options. If you have a gift card to sell, you can do business with one of these people. And they also have a debit card right now. So if you don't know how you can spend your coins, you can check out the No One's one, and they're gonna help you with that. And I think these were all the sponsors. Thank you for sitting through my ads, Daniel. And now I gotta ask you about narcissism, as you mentioned that it's an important talking point in this interview.
Okay, sure. Well, narcissism occurs when a child of approximately age 2 is punished for individuation, which means exploring their own personality. And of course, it's not the only thing that can happen. It is a possible response to that kind of treatment. But what happens is that the child develops an imaginary friend who resembles the person that the parents or whoever's in charge of him wants him to be. And eventually, the imaginary friend takes over his entire personality, and he never grows out of the childhood world of fantasy that that you have in age 2. And so the reason this is important is that a normal development for a person is to gradually grow out of a natural kind of narcissism, because children naturally live in a world of fantasy and naturally try to bring people into their world of fantasy and resist coming out of it. But the process of growing up is about gradually leaving your world of fantasy, which is not ever entirely 100% possible, because if there's never a point where the real future is not uncertain. So there's never a point where you absolutely can't have some kind of fantasy about it. But because normal people are growing out of narcissism gradually, they are susceptible to the primary narcissist. They are susceptible because he can draw them into his fantasy, or she. It's not like women aren't narcissists, but and a narcissist is like someone who can be addictive, but who does not provide genuine friendship or love. So, and the people who stay in relationships with narcissists are people who are addicted to their fantasies. And this is important because, well, this is relevant to this market because the attitude of financial scammers is explained by narcissism. So normally, when we look at movies and things, we see a lot more of the psychopath, and I think that the narcissist is not really a very lovable villain. I think the psychopath is a lot more admirable. So that's why he's the villain in movies. But the villains in real life are more like the narcissist. In general, it's not like there aren't psychopaths in real life. But if you look into how you're going to be victimized, I think the narcissist is more likely.
Is this some sort of allegory or reference to something?
No, this is just something that's really important that I've been looking into a lot.
So people in the chat have been drawing conclusions, saying that you're referring to a certain camp, that they're narcissists or whatever.
No, narcissists are everywhere. You have to worry about them no matter what you do. This is just something that's really useful that I've been interested in lately. I just like talking about it. I think it's really important.
How have you acquired the interest in narcissism?
Well, I mean, it started out with my interest in cults. So I looked into Scientology, and of course, all of these other things. There's all kinds of them. That Scientology is kind of where you would start, though. That's kind of one of the most interesting ones. But eventually, I learned that narcissism explains the character of these cult leaders, and it also explains the character of people who join cults. So the people who join are called the secondary narcissists because they're usually just like normal people, but they're secondary narcissists because they're trained into it by the operation of the cult. The cult turns them into narcissists. What the cult leader is the primary narcissist. So he's the one who I was talking about, who was punished for exploring his personality at age 2, and who instead destroyed his own personality, or prevented himself from being able to see it.
Do you believe that you're punished for exploring your personality?
What?
Do you believe that you are punished for exploring your personality?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I don't think that I'm a narcissist. Of course, that's what every narcissist would say. But I'm saying those are the conditions under which people become narcissists. So the parents want the child to be what they want him to be. They have an idea of who he's supposed to be, and he's going to be that. He's not going to be whoever he wants to be.
How would you say that this conversation of narcissism is relevant to what we discussed previously?
Well, it's relevant because of the character of financial scammers. So you can use it to understand what's going on inside one of these pyramid schemes or whatever. And you can also use it to understand why people are drawn to it. You can use it to understand the appeal.
Okay. Can it be useful to stay away from cults if you search for information about narcissism?
Yes, that could be useful. Well, yeah, certainly if you were looking at narcissist red flags in romantic relationships, pretty much the same things would apply to, if you could generalize them, pretty much the same things would apply to joining a large organization. So like one thing that narcissists like to start out with is love bombing. So a healthy person will tend to begin a relationship with some kind of caution. And someone who is experienced will see caution as something attractive. But someone who isn't as experienced may see their love bombing as something attractive because it's something that feels good, and it's like something that they don't know to be skeptical of. But if you know that there's a good chance a relationship will lead to a lot of pain, then caution is rational, and that's what makes it attractive. So yeah, when you get into a cult organization, what happens is you'll be treated really nice when you first start out in it, and then the farther you get into it, the less love bombing you get, until they get you to the point where you can't leave, where you're dependent anymore, and then you don't get any of it.
So what would you say are the characteristics that people should look out for to avoid getting into this kind of cult that they cannot leave later?
Well, you should look at any potential friendship or relationship or organization you might join in as something like an addictive substance. So an addictive substance is something that has short-term benefits and long-term costs. And so the problem is not knowing about the long-term costs when you start to enjoy the short-term benefits. Whereas something good is more likely to have short-term costs and long-term benefits. Of course, not just because something has some kind of short-term cost does not mean that there are long-term benefits. But narcissists are like people who can be attractive, but then they never. But something that's always attractive is that's like something that's addictive. If attraction is like something that should bring people together, but then real love is about investing in the relationship every day. What a narcissist will do is just try to act attractive every day, and then get you dependent on it in some way, but they never actually invest in the relationship. But a good sign is caution at the outset, but also a little bit of real investment, and it ought to be somewhat reciprocal. Of course, if you're talking about men and women tend to invest in relationships in different ways. And of course, men are pretty much required to invest more than women. So, I mean, there is that difference, but you ought to be able to see some little investment early on. What a narcissist will do is try to act attractive, and then make you forget that you're looking for some kind of investment.
When you find yourself stuck in one of these cults that are led by narcissists, and you're led into a world of pain and suffering because what you thought you were going to get by joining the cult is not what you're really getting, what do you do next?
Well,
is it rational to keep going, or should you stop punishing yourself?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, if you are dependent, then you have trouble leaving. Of course, some people do realize that their partners are narcissists and choose to stay in it anyway because, I don't know, they think it's better for the children or whatever. I mean, it's just about thinking realistically about what's going to give you a better life. Like if you know that somebody is a narcissist, you know that he's not going to come through for you. But I mean, generally, you ought to leave the relationship. But I mean, I think it's more about understanding the idea. I mean, I think really you should make the decision.
Do you believe that there are ways to benefit from this situation where you fall in love with someone, you discover that they have some qualities, maybe you become disappointed along the way and you realize, okay, they're narcissists, but do you think that you can still benefit from being stuck in the cult?
Well, I mean, I already gave the example of having children. I mean, it's not like narcissists can't have good children. Since narcissists, I mean, there are certainly genetic components to narcissism, but basically it starts in childhood, and children who have one good parent often can grow up to be healthy and do not have to get some kind of personality disorder.
Are you aware of any narcissists in the Bitcoin or crypto space? Can you name like 2 or 3?
Well, I would say there are some people who I suspect of narcissism, but there is a problem with saying that somebody is a narcissist because that is grounds for a defamation lawsuit. So, so you need to say, I suspect he's a narcissist. But yeah, certainly I would think that Safedine and Michael and Pierre, my former Nakamoto colleagues, are narcissists. And certainly, well, I mean, not like I know him too well, but somebody like Adam Back and Nick Szabo, I would suspect, let's see. Well, those are certainly some names that stand out to me, but of course I don't really know them.
I was going to ask you about this. What's your current relationship with the guys from the Nakamoto Institute, Pierre Rochard and Michael Goldstein? Because recently they launched a podcast, so they started this new show where they're discussing your old articles, and they're saying very nice stuff about them.
Well, I haven't spoken to them in a long time.
But what do you think about the fact that they still respect your work, even though you guys disagree?
Well, I think that they're using me. I mean, I think that they're relying on my contributions to promote themselves, but they don't care about what I actually think. So I think that they're exploiting me.
But at the same time, you have to be aware that you are one of the authors who wrote a lot of good stuff, has been very plagiarized because there are a lot of Bitcoin books right now, including Saifedean's, that use points from your articles without quoting that they come from you. So I don't think you got any recognition for it. So if people like Pierre Rochard and Michael Goldstein were malevolent, they could just pick somebody else's work which references your own and take these points and discuss them, as opposed to acknowledging that you did something great. But they're not doing that.
They're not interested in what I think now. They're not interested in having discussions about block size. They're not interested in what I think now. They're only interested in those old articles because there's still other people who are interested in them and who can use them to promote the BPC worldview without, as long as you don't actually engage with the real author of it. So no, I mean, yeah, they acknowledge that that my articles are important to them, and that's very good. That's certainly better than someone who was to copy them without making any citation at all. But still, they're not interested in what I would say now. So they're not treating me as nice as you are right now. They're not interested in what I really think.
Well, maybe that they are, but on the other hand, they disagree to the extent that maybe they already know what you're going to say before you say it. I guess you guys had fights before.
Well, of course, I could be wrong. I mean, you don't know what's going on in somebody's mind, but I think they have bad character.
I don't know. Maybe it's beyond my mandate. I have no mandate in this, but I think you guys should still be friends because you started something really great. It's a nice resource of Satoshi's works and the Cypherpunk works that preceded Bitcoin. And it's such a beautiful archive. I go to the Nakamoto Institute every now and then to read some emails, to read some articles and stuff. I can agree that it hasn't been very active in later years, and maybe it's not very relevant today, but for someone who's a nerd like myself, I do enjoy indulging in these readings, and I gotta thank you for your work. And I'm happy that there's also that podcast which discusses your works.
Well, they're free to invite me on their podcast anytime.
Should I connect you guys? Like, I'm not sure if Pierre still likes me, but I can try to reach out to him. I don't have that much skin in the game.
It's your choice.
Okay, I'll try to be nice.
If they invite me, I would consider it. But no, I don't like those guys. I don't think they're very good.
Well, you're definitely the one who wrote more articles. Michael's best contribution was "Everyone's a Scammer," and Pierre's finest contribution was something about fractional reserve banking, which is ironic because he turned out to be the guy who shilled Bitcoin to Visa and MasterCard and went to all of these corporations, and I guess he sort of is responsible for bringing Michael Saylor.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that, but well, interesting.
It's sort of amazing what three people getting together to write about Bitcoin could do for the history of the project. You're like the Beatles, except that there's not a fourth one.
Okay. Well, Anyway,
This is just fan mail, okay? It's just my appreciation for the work that you've done. And you don't have to agree with everything that you said, but I just want to say that I like it. And that's the extent to which I can express myself.
okay, well, thanks. But you should check out my videos then. You said you hadn't watched any of them. So they're all
No,
on.
I tried to watch your Twitch streams at one point.
Okay, well, yeah, you should go back and watch my videos. So speaking of going back to narcissists, did you know that Hayao Miyazaki is a narcissist?
Let me look up who that is. Maybe I misheard. So Hayako?
You know, the guy who did Studio Ghibli, you know, the guy who did My Neighbor Totoro.
Yeah. No, I was not aware of this.
So if you read Ayn Rand, the book makes a lot more sense. So she had early insight into narcissism before it kind of became a thing, because she described Ellsworth Toohey as a narcissist. But the book actually makes a lot more sense if you imagine that all of the characters are narcissists. And Ayn Rand was a narcissist. So when she talks about the virtue of selfishness, she actually didn't know what selfishness is, because she destroyed her own self as a small child. And I think that explains why this idea of the virtue of selfishness is so vague in her works. It's sort of like something where you can't really derive any specific rules from it. And then, you know, in her real life, she just used it to do whatever she wanted. Like she used it to cheat on her husband with somebody who was half her age when she was 50 and he was 25. And she was like, it's the virtue of selfishness. You got to go along with it. So I think narcissism explains a lot about theories of egalitarianism and theories of the noble savage. I think that and theories of the blank slate. So the blank slate, that's the idea that when you're born, you're empty, and you become what's put into you, what's trained into you.
But I disagree with that.
Well, yeah, that theory isn't true, but that's how a narcissist feels about himself. So somebody like Rousseau, who writes about children and who writes about how he's going to train good character into them, and in like Emile, he thinks that's how it works, because that's how he feels about himself. So Rousseau, he was the guy who had 5 children, and he sent them all off to the orphanage, and then he went and wrote about how to raise children. And so I think that theories of the blank slate are appealing to narcissists, because that means that propaganda works. So if everybody's a blank slate, then you can create the society you want through propaganda. By just keep out ideas you don't like and only add in ideas you like, and that's what people will be like. That's what makes the idea of the blank slate appealing from a political standpoint, is because it means that that propaganda works. So if you're someone who's good at propaganda, then that means that you can be really important. And the theory of the noble savage, like if you look into on the origin of inequality, I think that that's like
Also by Rousseau, right? That's
right.
his first, what's it called, speech that he held in front of the Academy of France.
Well, that was his second discourse. I don't know what
Discourse, yeah.
He wrote one before that that was about why technology is evil, and that's how
Oh
he
yeah,
got started.
exactly. Why the primitive man was superior. You're right. The second discourse.
Yeah. So the second discourse, I mean, he didn't look into anything that was known about real primitive people when he wrote that. So I think you can imagine it as a representation of his own childhood, as an idealization of those moments before he was punished for exploring his individuality. So narcissists are always trying to go back to infancy, because that was the time. That's like the Garden of Eden. That's like the time before they found themselves ill suited to the real world. And so on the origin of equality, I think is like or the origin of inequality is like an idealized vision of infancy. And it is superior to society because that's because infancy was superior to the time that came after it for Rousseau. And egalitarianism is something that is appealing to narcissists because of their confusion about their selves, their inability to experience their true self. They see themselves as someone who's kind of indistinguishable from the crowd, even though really they're not. It's like a distortion of their own perception. Anyway, that's what I think is going on with narcissism. Of course, all of the novelists who liked Rousseau are also narcissists. So like Victor Hugo would be a very strong case for narcissism. You can't, people who are dead, you can say that you know they're narcissists, because then they're not going to sue you. Of course, it could also be their legacy. It could be they have children, but I think we're okay with Ayn Rand and Victor Hugo and Rousseau and these guys. Also Leo Tolstoy. So I think what we see with narcissism is a very, well, I mean, not all narcissists, but if you look in the history of ideas, or if you look into people who are famous, if you look into people who are well connected, you see a lot more narcissists, because the narcissists are motivated to form lots of connections, whereas other people are not so much. So we have a problem where so many of the important nodes in our network are narcissists who are promoting ideas that covertly serve to promote themselves. Anyway, I don't know what we're going to do about that, but it's a big problem.
Where do you draw the line between a narcissist and a sociopath?
Well, a sociopath is an idea that comes out of criminology, whereas a narcissist is an idea that comes out of psychotherapy. So they're not necessarily completely different ideas. A sociopath is more like someone who is likely to end up in prison. which a narcissist is also likely to end up in prison, but most narcissists do not end up in prison. They're just more likely. So I'm not certain how I would compare a sociopath to a narcissist, other than to say that there's different concerns that go into defining these terms. But a narcissist is an idea that comes out of psychotherapy, and there's a definition that you can get from the DMV. Basically, it has 9 points, which I don't think I can name all of them, but you need to get 5 out of the 9. But basic idea is a sense of grandiosity and an exploitative way of interacting with people and of thinking about other people. Sense of entitlement. But basically, what I described earlier is how it gets started, why people choose to be narcissists. What they end up with when they grow up is they're like someone who's still living a 2-year-old fantasy and who's unable to grow out of it. So that's what gives them, when you think about a sense of entitlement or a sense of grandiosity, well, that's cute when you're talking about a 2-year-old. That's normal. That's everybody has that. But if you're an adult, then it's not so good.
It's interesting to me that when you were writing Hyperbitcoinization and all of these articles in 2014, 2015, I was reading Rousseau and Voltaire and Madison and Jefferson and everything I could get my hands on. I was in university at the time. And it's interesting that now when I read your articles, you're the one who's reading Rousseau.
Oh, well, I've read Rousseau a long time ago. I'm just going back and talking about it.
What do you read these days?
Well, I haven't had that much time. Okay, well, I'll tell you, I've been reading the list of the real banned books that comes from an account on Twitter called Catgirl Kulak. So they're all books about dictators and racism and plus some other topics. So those have been really interesting. So I've been reading lots of books about Jewish conspiracy theories and about race in general, and books by dictators. So I'm reading the autobiography of Mussolini right now. I'm not very far in it, so don't ask me about it, but that's something I was reading. But I just read the March of the Titans, The Complete History of the White Race. And so that one was pretty good. I would recommend that one. Some other interesting ones. Let's see. Jewish History, Jewish Religion by Israel Hank. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but that was a really interesting one. Let's see. They were white and they were slaves. The history of white slavery. That one was a short one. It definitely supplements the complete the March of the Titans, because that one is all about important things that the white people have done. It doesn't talk as much about victimhood. Let's see. Geez, I should just get my Kindle and just go back over my list, because I read a ton of them. I've read about 70. There's about 200 on the list so far. Oh, well, this wasn't on the banned book list, but here's a really interesting one. It's Biohistory by Jim Penman. And this is a theory about the rise and fall of civilizations, that explains it in terms of epigenetic factors. Well, another book that I would recommend that's on a similar, it's kind of a similar idea, is Psychohistory by Lloyd DeMause. And that one is, so the biohistory, that's more like based on science, and psychohistory, that's more like psychoanalysis. So the biohistory one, I think that's a little bit better, but psychohistory is really interesting too. And they're both about how societies arise out of childhood. So there's a way that society evolves, according to these authors, that's based on how changes in the way that children are treated. Of course, Lloyd DeMause has a more progressive view, whereas Jim Penman has a more of a cyclical view. Let's see. Oh, well, another one of the banned books was what's that called? The Bell Curve. That one was really interesting. That's about IQ, and it has a bunch of stuff about IQ and races. So that's why it's considered to be a banned book. These books aren't literally banned, but they're like books that people got in trouble for writing. People complained about them, so it's kind of hard to find the Bell Curve these days. They don't want to stock it, but it came out in the 90s, and it was by Charles Murray. And it's kind of one of these, these popular science books. I think it's kind of longer than it needs to be, because it's just one of these things where it's like they think their audience isn't that smart, so they explain things in a lot more detail. They over explain things. I think it's longer than it needs to be, but it was still really good. Okay. Here's a really good one. This one you have to read. It's called Might Makes Right, and it's by and the name sounds like it's from Sweden. But I don't remember what it is now. But it's a fake name. It was written by an Englishman. But that one is really good. I'm not going to spoil it for you. Just read it. You can get it online. Just search for it. It's easy to find as a PDF, and it's very short too. So I think that goes through some of the most interesting things I've read recently.
You started out by saying you haven't read much, and then you went on a 15-minute, very descriptive enumeration of everything that you read. But for the listeners who maybe don't have the resources right now to search, Might Makes Right is also a book by Ragnar Redbeard, and
That's the one. Yeah, Ragnar Redbeard. Yeah, it's awesome. So, okay, another one that was good that's related is The Rational Male by Rollo Tomasi. So, yeah, I would really recommend that one. That one is great because it's about economics, but I think it's also about Nietzsche. Because if you look in these red pill groups, I think what we see is people going through the Nietzschean sequence for loss of faith, because we see people who start out wanting to preserve their idea about women, then they go into a nihilist phase where nothing has value anymore, because the only thing that they thought was valuable was their idea before. But then they can go into a Nietzschean phase where they start to find value in real things again. So what I find interesting about that is the rational male. That's like for people who actually want to learn economics. And it's so painful for them, but they still do it anyway because it's about women. So that's important enough to get through the idea. So I've seen this a lot when we talk about economics of money and everything else, where people are avoiding nihilism, and there's just something to hate about economic ideas, but they don't learn it because it's just not important enough for them to try to overcome nihilism. But when it comes to women, then that is important enough. So people actually do it. But if we could force everybody to engage with the ideas of libertarianism, they'd go through a nihilist phase, and they'd be just like the red pill guys, and they'd be like, "Oh, I hate people. They're horrible."
There's a question in the chat by Raxo Marcus, and he says, what is Daniel's best book on Austrian economics? Is it Man, Economy, and the State?
Yes. Yeah, that's where you should start.
Any other recommendations?
Well, Menger's book is very good. Of course, there's the pre-Austrians. There's Jean-Baptiste Say and Bastiat. I would recommend those guys too. And then Bohm Bavark's big 3-volume book, Capital and Interest, is really good. And, you know, I remember somebody at the Mises Institute telling me that he was the most boring author ever, but I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. And then, of course, Mises, who wrote lots of important things. I would pretty much recommend everything by Mises. I would say I would recommend starting with his book Bureaucracy, because I just think that's the easiest intro into his thought, and that's sort of like a concrete way of thinking about the problem of socialism, and so, well, speaking of the problem of socialism, the Mises analysis says that the problem of socialism arises when the profit and loss system is disrupted. So according to Mises, a socialist economy is not something that people are coerced into, because you would still have a socialist economy if everybody was just like, let's not use a profit and loss system. And you would still have the problem of socialism. And that's what we have in BTC, because that's what they got rid of, was the profit and loss system. Because if you get rid of low fees, then you get rid of spending money to make money later. So yeah, then Mises wrote a good book on socialism called Socialism Down is Bigger. And he wrote The Theory of Money and Credit. I think that was his first work. And of course, he wrote his famous article on the problem of socialism. I think that one is pretty hard to understand, though. I don't think that one, it's an important work, but I don't think it's, I think he explained it better later. And then there's Human Action, and then later on he wrote a bunch of stuff on method of Austrian economics. And of course, Mises described his ideas in Kantian terms. He described his epistemology in Kantian terms. But later libertarians say that this doesn't make sense and we should really all be Aristotelians. But I think the Kantian version makes a lot more sense. Because Aristotle's ideas is that you would make observations first, and then the general ideas would just naturally come to you, and he didn't really explain how that was going to happen. Whereas Kant was the one who was talking about general ideas that are prior to all experience, which is how Mises was saying the Austrian methodology works, as far as I'm concerned. So he wrote well, I don't remember there's a couple of books on
epistemology. I don't remember what they're called. But anyway, you can find them. One of them is like the ultimate something of Austrian economics, and the other one, I think the other one is theory and history. Anyway, and then Hayek, I think, is good more for his popular work than for his theoretical work. When we're talking about primary versus secondary narcissism, I think you have a really strong case study with Keynes and Hayek, because Hayek was like somebody who believed that his opponents were making arguments in good faith, and Keynes kind of manipulated him and made him believe that he was always just about to come around and be a free market economist. So that's just like an abusive relationship. That's just like how people say like, this other person, he or she is gonna, he's getting better. It's just like that. It's like always thinking that some things are turning around when they're really not. And so I think Hayek, well, I mean, you can argue that it was later economists who really did this, but I think Hayek kind of rode on the coattails of Mises and became like a more famous economist than Mises, even though pretty much all of his stuff comes from Mises or is inferior to Mises. But he wrote The Road to Serfdom. That one is really good, I mean, I think all of his popular books are really interesting. He wrote The Constitution of Liberty and Law, Legislation, and Liberty, which is a 3-volume book, but all of the volumes are really short, so it's not really that big. And then he wrote another one, I can't quite remember the name, but I think it's all good. I mean, people complain about he's not as extreme as some of the other libertarians, but I think that it's very easy to just take his arguments and just make them make them a lot more extreme than he made them. I think you just don't concede to anything as much, and I think his arguments are really good. Then of course there's Rothbard, and there's Man, Economy, and State, and then there's a book that is has all of his articles that's published by the Mises Institute that's called Economic Controversies. Now Rothbard also wrote The Ethics of Liberty, and I don't really like that one as much. I just don't think that he makes his case very well. I remember the book begins with something where he's like, if you took mushrooms just because they made you feel good, that would be objectively immoral. So he really lost me in that. It's good after he tries to make the foundation for libertarian ethics. I just don't think the opening is that good. So anyway, yeah. Oh, and for modern Austrians, I think the best one is Jesus Huerta Soto. So he wrote some really good books. One is called like Banking, Economic Cycles, and something, and then the other one is like Economic Calculation, Socialism, and something. And that second one is good in particular because of the way that it uses both Mises and Hayek and puts them together, and doesn't try to oppose them against one another. I think it's just a better. I think it's just better. You can use both Hayek and Mises together, and you just get something better.
There is Juan in the chat, and he says that Human Action is the best of them all. No comment?
Well, That's certainly the most important one. It's been a really long time since I read that, but yeah, yeah, that's his most important one. But I don't have anything in particular to say on it.
I'm actually curious, have you read Saifedean's book, The Bitcoin Standard?
Yes, I read that when it came out. No, I don't think it's any good. It doesn't have anything. I don't think he knows anything about Austrian economics. At least from reading the book, it doesn't sound like he knows Austrian economics to me. He certainly doesn't discuss the theory of money as described by Rothbard and Mises, as far as I'm concerned. He talks a lot about the history of gold and stuff like that, as I recall. But I don't think that book is any good.
I agree with you. And the cultural commentary that it makes and everything about art and architecture and whatever. Food, he's trying to get into everything and make some comments like he's some sort of preacher and he knows objectively that it used to be much better before. Those are the parts where he lost me. But the worst of all is where he criticizes. So there is this part where he says that. Wait, I'm forgetting the name. And I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Just give me a second. Who's the economist that is responsible for the fiat system? Keynes. John Maynard Keynes. Or Keynes, or whatever you want to call him. I don't know how I could forget that name, but anyway. He argues that he's a horrible economist because he was a sexual libertine who enjoyed having sex with young girls or something.
Girls? I didn't know Keynes liked girls.
Or boys.
There's a really great article by Rothbard on that called Keynes the Man. But yeah, Keynes definitely a big narcissist.
Yeah, but does that make you a bad economist? That's the other question, because this is just character assassination. It doesn't try to fight the argument.
Yeah, but I think it is important because in order to make arguments successfully, you cannot just make something that's logically consistent. You also have to understand how other people attack those arguments and why those attacks work, even if they're not logical. So I think that understanding the character of narcissism is an important factor for moving libertarianism forward. But yeah, stuff on safety, that's classic narcissism, which we don't know with 100% certainty that he has, but I mean, I've interacted with him.
Oh, he blocked me on Twitter after I asked him a question in person at a conference where he was presenting his new book, which is going to be called The Gold Standard, and it's a work of fiction where he imagines a world where the gold standard never went away and all the prices are actually going down over time and everything is wonderful. And he presented the case of housing because I think that's the most relatable to a lot of millennials and Gen Z. And he said, imagine the same house going down in price over time because of efficiencies and research into manufacturing of materials. And I raised my hand and I asked him, without a fiat economy where everyone is incentivized to invest their money as opposed to hoard it, how would you get the same amount of research and development into materials for building houses? And he blocked me on Twitter after this one.
Okay, well, I can answer that one because if prices are all going down, then that means that your bar, the point at which you're willing to spend on research and development is changing. So just be if people are hoarding, that isn't preventing any production from happening. It just means that the market cap of all the money is growing larger relative to the economy. But if the price of starting a business is going down just like everything else, at some point people are going to want to start a business too. I mean, it's not like hoarding means that everybody is doing nothing but hoarding. It just means that their cash balance is worth more to them than some of the other things in their portfolio. But I mean, if the value of money goes up, then eventually there's a point where it isn't more valuable, where it's reached an equilibrium.
Okay, I guess this is much better than what he said.
Well,
I give you credit for it.
Well, well, yeah, anytime you would ask both of us a question, whatever I would say would be better. Can pretty much guarantee that.
Is there any Bitcoin book that you like?
Bitcoin books, I would definitely, I mean, there's one that was published that's a collection of Craig Wright's blog posts. You could just go back and read the blog post. You don't have to get the book. I would recommend that one. I don't remember what it's called.
What about Mastering Bitcoin? Do you like that one?
I don't think I don't know what that one is.
Andreas Antonopoulos, Mastering Bitcoin?
Oh, no, I don't like Andreas at all. I don't think he's very smart. He just talks about things like, he just makes a bunch of metaphors. I don't think he ever actually explains anything. He's like, it's not money for the internet. It's the internet of money. What does that mean? Oh, and I met him. I didn't know who he was when I met him, but I remember when I was talking to him, thinking that this person is not very smart.
Well, I do like him a lot, and I have some respect for him. For a lot of us idiots, he was instrumental to onboarding a lot of people, and I think Bitcoin hit a new all-time high after he was on Joe Rogan.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't like him.
So, is there anything else that we might think in terms of Bitcoin books? There's one that's called Grokking Bitcoin, which basically explains how transactions work and how basically the private key and the public key are working together to make signatures. It's very nice.
I don't know that one, but I wouldn't. I mean, you know, the Roger Ver's book just came out, Hijacking Bitcoin. I haven't read that one, but people say it's really good. Of course, it only tells half the story, but people who read it said then that they like it a lot.
Well, what's shocking about it is that the expectation is that he's going to complain about everything that did not go according to his plans. But actually, he's appealing to quotes and conversations and talks which are archived and are part of Bitcoin history. So he's not trying to persuade you too much. He's just trying to show you, okay, this was the conversation that was being had at the time. And my argument that Bitcoin is hijacked is backed by these previous claims that were also supported by the same people who later decided that Bitcoin should not scale on chain. So from this point of view, it's a good book. It very much, I think it subverts everyone's expectations when they start reading.
Okay.
So I do like it. I'm not sure if it's for everyone, because if you read it without a context, you're not gonna have, like, if you are not there, it goes both ways. If you read the block size words or hijacking Bitcoin without context, you're just gonna, I guess, take arguments without actually understanding what they meant at the time. But it's good to have both sides. Which side were you on in 2017? What were you doing?
Oh, well, I was always very much against the block size limit. To me, that's about the worst idea you could think of. And of course, I didn't really understand what had happened with what was the other thing? Pay to script hash, but that was a key moment in the takeover of Bitcoin. I mean, this was before I understood all of the details about the protocol. But pay-to-script hash. That was a key change that enabled some of the stuff they did later, like Segwit. But no, I was never for a block size limit. To me, the block size limit was always arguments that libertarians should already know. That it was as if they had just forgotten them, just because now we're talking about computer networks or something.
There's someone in the chat. His name is RSOBKSC, and he's asking a very interesting question. When Bitcoin Emperor book?
Oh, well, yeah, I'll tell you, I do have an idea for a book that I want to write. And it has to do with narcissism. We already talked about it a little bit, but it doesn't have anything to do with Bitcoin. It's about a history of Platonism. Well, not just that, but that's a big part of it. A history of Platonism is more like what I found answer the question that I originally had. So it's basically about libertarian class theory, and it tries to explain the character of the left and the right. And so basically, I'm going to say that, so in libertarian class theory, there's an upper class and there is a lower class based on whether you are paying more into the tax system or withdrawing more out of it. And the upper class, those are the guys who are trying to increase taxes, to expand the tax base, and then the lower class are the guys who are trying to shrink the tax base. And I think we can make the observation that the left and the right are both they're both covert. They're both covert because they're like the right is like people aligned with the lower class, but they identify with the upper class, and they act like they think they're superior people, and then the left align with the upper class, but then they're also covert because they pretend to be egalitarians. So in the past, we had a class system that was not covert. So if you go back and look at ancient Greece, what we had then was in the city-state system, most of the people were slaves, and everything that we derive today from ancient Greece comes from the upper class. And the upper class were not the same people as the lower class. They were invaders. So they were ethnically different from the lower class. And the lower class would have been like the descendants of the people who started the Minoan civilization a lot earlier, whereas the upper class would have been raiders, the guys who did the guys who sacked Troy, who were not civilized when they did that, but they remembered the event, and they kept track of it in their oral histories. They became civilized when they became permanent structure on top of these lower class guys that they enslaved, and they were not covert. They believed in their own superiority innately, and everything that we have now that comes from democracy and from them, different political ideas like democracy, and also they also did socialism in Sparta. Really, that was all stuff that was for a military hierarchy that was on top of everything else. It wasn't really for most people. It was for the military class that was actually running things. So then Plato came along, and his idea was that we would have a three-class system that would have philosophers on top. So in the Republic, he says the military class is going to be in the middle and the philosophers are on top. And he says that this idea is really supposed to be a reconstruction of the distant past, a perfect, like idealized time, like the Golden Age. But really, I think he's saying that the three-class system always existed, and the slave class or the artisan class and the military class have always been people who are trapped in dreams, who were covertly controlled by philosophers. And so Plato is like one of these raiders who comes along to take over and become the new upper class, but he does it with ideas rather than with weapons. And anyway, to make a long story short, both Christianity and Judaism were strongly influenced by Platonism, but in slightly different ways. So nowadays, I think we have basically two versions of Platonism that are with us now, that are groups of people who are covertly trying to raid everybody as the philosopher class. And some of them are more like the Christian version of it, and some of them are more like the Jewish version of it. But that's when everything became covert, because if you don't have weapons, you can't just tell everybody that you're superior to them. You believe you're superior in your own head, and then you have to covertly control everything. So anyway, we can go on about Plato for a long time. Oh, well, yeah, let's talk more about Plato. I have some other things on him. So, I think one of the things that most stands out about Plato is why is it that he was such an admirer of Socrates, and then comes along and says in his political works that somebody like Socrates ought to be executed, which is what he says in the Republican Laws. He says that people who deny the traditional gods need to be executed for it, and that people need to affirm the traditional gods, because that's what justifies, that's what ultimately justifies the law. So I think that so what Karl Popper said is that that Plato changed, that as a young man he had different ideas than as an old man. But I think that we can make Plato's works more consistent with one another by just saying that all of it can be interpreted as propaganda, which he says in the Republic. He says that philosophers need to use the noble lie to control people. So, hey, are you still here?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were frozen for a second.
No. I'm listening. Plato, man. I read that when I was 19 years old. Republic.
But anyway, I think we can understand the Republic, or not the Republic, the Apology, as not a vindication of Socrates, but rather as an oppressed group narrative. So I think Plato was saying that philosophers are an oppressed group, just like what we have today, with people who try to control everything by saying like, oh, I'm a victim, everybody hates me, oh, be nice to me, oh, I think that's what the Apology is really about. And it's something that's designed to create sympathy for philosophers, while at the same time, the philosophers are going around covertly replacing all of the traditions of the city with different philosophical versions of them that really are different things, but are, they're going to pretend that nothing changed.
I disagree with you here. I think the meaning and the intention is very different in the way that Socrates, for example, appeals to the gods, even though he obviously does not believe. and uses all the formal language of his city-state as a way of proving that he is well versed in the lingo, but at the same time he does not want to admit guilt, and on the other hand, he believes that he did something morally right. And I think the apology is more of a work that proves how, I don't know, lawyers should read that because it's so smart. It's so well disguised. It's like doublespeak, you know? You're not 100% sure if this guy is being ironic or if this is exactly what he means when he says it. I think it's such
Well,
a
yeah,
masterclass in self-defense, basically, on how you should argue for or against your own actions. It's really
well, I
brilliant.
mean, Socrates did get executed, so is it really a good defense? And I would say everything in Plato is double talk.
I
So
can
yeah,
also
that's
argue that the sentence was predetermined in his case. Like, the fact that he was allowed to speak was just a custom, but of course, he was too subversive to be left alive.
well, there was a jury, and the jury voted on whether he was going to be convicted. So it certainly wasn't predetermined from. I mean, you could say that they all had hardened their hearts against him already, but I mean that's not how the legal proceeding is supposed to work. It was supposed to be a defense, and I would say that uh, this is why Nietzsche was saying that Christianity is Platonism for the masses, because we have the same thing in the story of Jesus, who I don't think was a real person. We have somebody who loses a legal trial in a way that makes us gain sympathy for him. So I think that Socrates was a stand-in for the philosophers, and that people were supposed to be sympathetic to philosophers as an oppressed people. And of course, in ancient Greece, the philosophers had been persecuted by the government for some time. It wasn't like it was just Socrates. And I think the reason for that is that they were trying to take over the government. And what we have now is basically the success of Platonism. It's like what we have now is the logical conclusion of Platonism. We have people in the upper class who are pretending to be lower class. And I think you have to think about something else to explain why the lower class guys are pretending to be upper class. I'll have to write the book first.
Sounds
But
interesting to
basically,
me, but you should also consider Diogenes, who was basically the clown. He was the jester of the entire city-state. He was on purpose doing everything to prove the absurdity of the rules.
yeah. Well, yeah. So yeah, this is why. Yeah, I link libertarianism to Diogenes. So like one thing that I've been trying to understand is like why has libertarianism been such a failure when the governments have been getting worse and worse over time? Why is it that people don't want to they don't want to adopt a libertarian ideology? And so yeah, I would see Diogenes as like someone who has uh, uh, a contempt for the structure of society. Anyway, yeah, I think libertarians are kind of like him.
I have to say, Daniel, I very much respect your discipline to read so many books and the fact that you have such a great intellect. Like, it's not something you find very often in this space. It's very easy to find cartoon characters, basically, who only have one side, and there is nothing more than all of their LARPing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, there's someone in
Okay.
the chat who offended you, said you're just a furry, and I'm not gonna read the second part, but there's definitely more to you than the perceived identity of what they think you are.
Well, thanks first of all, and second, the furry fandom was a great place for autistic people a while back, but then it got taken over by the woke ideology, just like everything else. So it's unfortunate. This is why we can't have nice things.
If there's any book that you'd recommend, once again, for someone who has been listening up to this point and they should read immediately after the podcast, like a quick read.
Okay, well, we talked about Austrian economics. So I don't know, I guess, well, here's another book that's just an FAQ that somebody printed out into a book that you can just find online. But there's a book called Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited. I don't know if that would be a quick book. It's pretty big, but it's by an author called Sam Vaknin, who is also a YouTuber. So you could just go to his YouTube channel. He makes a new YouTube video every day that's like an hour long. But he's the best on narcissism. Not only is he an important scientist who is the father of the modern understanding of narcissism, but he also is a narcissist. And that's part of why he can explain it so well. Be forewarned, because his channel is kind of addictive. That's just kind of the kind of person he is. But he's all alone, and he has time to just make a new video every day, and he's kind of like one of these guys who can just speak extemporaneously on any kind of topic and just go. So I would recommend him a lot. I think that if libertarianism has a future, it has to be with people who transcend their own autism and start to get a better understanding of the thinking style of ordinary people. And the first step in that is psychoanalysis. And narcissism is really the best first step for psychoanalysis, because you can think of most of these cluster B disorders as being like narcissism, or like narcissism, but not quite as extreme, or just working in a slightly different way. So it really is a good foundation for it. And especially if you're talking to intellectuals. I think when we have intellectuals, we basically either have autists or narcissists, or both at the same time. So you don't want to be like F.A. Hyatt and just waste your time arguing with John Maynard Keynes all day. I think when you start to become narcissist aware, you could read a book like Keynes's General Theory, and not only explain what's wrong with it economically, but also explain the motivations of the author, and explain how it serves an inner grandiosity, and how it serves a need to maintain control over people. Of course, I mean, libertarians already knew that, but I think you can get into his mind, and you can understand why he's doing that. And I think that's going to be a big improvement in making a successful argument in the future. But of course, remember, everybody grows out of narcissism, so there's going to be some nihilism that you will have to experience from learning about it, because you're going to have to. Well, the first defense against narcissists is growing out of your own narcissism, because that's how they get you. So there you go.
So becoming self-aware is the best way to learn more about others and understand the outside world. Is this what you're recommending?
Well, it's the first defense. I mean, of course, being self-aware, that's pretty, I mean, a narcissist would say that they're self-aware. Really, they're not. So, I mean, I would say that it's not really going to help if you pick out self-awareness itself as a goal. I would say that interacting with the real people, that's what's going to make you self-aware. So that really should be what the goal is. And the understanding that narcissism scientifically is going to help you figure out what's going on in people.
I have to ask you, I need to return to this topic because you're one of the first people to denounce Litecoin and Dogecoin and Ethereum when I guess there was more of an open-mindedness to experimentation than maybe after your colleagues from the Nakamoto Institute decided to embrace a toxic ideology. But why were you so eager to denounce Litecoin and Ethereum and all of these so early on? What's your line of argumentation? And do you still agree today that they're bad or not positive for the market?
Well, it's just something that I talked about earlier. It's that competition between monies is negative sum. So when you try to create lots of new monies, you're really weakening. You're weakening everybody. What's going to be successful is kind of picking one money and sticking to it. And that's not saying that I don't believe in competing currencies, but it's saying that there's a lot more risk. Like if you have a market where there's a lot of different competing monies, then you're creating a much more difficult choice for people. Because I think you would say eventually one of them is going to win out over the others, and you're kind of making it into a more dangerous place for people to join in. And I think I mean, I think that's certainly how things worked out. I mean, I certainly don't think that the Bitcoin space is as open and inviting as it was back then. I can't say that altcoins are the only reason for that, but I mean, I think that that basically rational people were kind of driven out. There was a general trend of a preference for scams over real ideas or over good ideas, and that the whole space became more hostile. And then, I think you could say that that's just what naturally happens when some people end up making a huge ton of money so easily. I don't know, maybe there isn't any way to avoid that, but things were a lot nicer back in 2012 and 2013, and so it was just like well, it was just a less scammy place. It was just like a more of a nicer place where people could just have fun with things. I don't know. I mean, I think. I mean, so kind of went off topic on altcoins, but that's a part of it. I mean, I think the idea that we can all split up into little separate camps is not very good. And what's going to be good is joining together to create a big economy. And so it seems like that something like that isn't really going to happen until you can't just make a bunch of money by making a new altcoin anymore. And that's only going to happen when we run out of people who, who are gonna want to get into a new altcoin. I don't know when that's going to happen.
It's a complicated problem because every cycle has its own waves of new altcoins or tokens or whatever, and they get branded in a different way. They try to appeal to a young audience. By the way, I sent you on Telegram the manga on which me and my girlfriend are working. It's gonna be called Bitcoin Year 1, and it tries to tell some of the most significant events that happened in the world of Bitcoin in the first year between August and 2008. And it's slightly longer than 1 year because it's gonna be January 3rd, 2010. So the first year since the Genesis block, but with some references to the emails that Satoshi has been sending around. So you can take a look. I look forward to your feedback. I also want to inform you that I reached out to Pierre and Michael Goldstein. So if they want to invite you to their podcast, I've already sent out a message. And I recommended them to listen to this episode. And I very much thank you for your time. I don't know. I'm very grateful. I didn't tell you that this is going to be 4 hours long or whatever. And you're super patient and you shared a lot of information with me. I disagree with you on some aspects, but I still respect your intellect. And I think more people in this space should try to have a more nuanced view as opposed to just getting together with whoever is pumping their bags. And I think that's the only utility that they find in friendships. It's just someone who is like-minded in terms of portfolio investments and is gonna prop up their bags.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I enjoyed our discussion, and I'm glad to hear you so appreciative. And yeah, it was nice to get to just talk about all kinds of things that I'm interested in, and yeah, well, great, because I was about to say I probably should get going about now too. So so you came in first on that.
My dinner got cold. My girlfriend let me know that she cooked for me salmon, and I wasn't there to enjoy it when it was still fresh out of the oven. So I missed out. I'm not blaming you for it. This was really great. I feel happy that we did this together. And I feel like I've learned a lot from you today. Even if, once again, I disagree with you about Craig Wright, and I disagree with you about BSV. But I think there is a lot that we have in common. And I very much treasure, and this is very important for me. Your time and my time are both precious and irreversible, and I appreciate that you took the time to explain everything today.
Okay, well, great. Yeah, well, thanks, and I'll see you later. And yeah, just give your girlfriend a good nag, and that'll take care of that.
I'm not gonna give her a nag, I'll just be grateful. Also, one last thing, what's the word that people should write in the comments if they listen to 4 hours of podcast?
I don't know.
Let's make up a special word.
How about a truncated icosahedron?
Can you say again?
A truncated icosahedron.
Truncated what?
Icosahedron.
Icosahedron.
That's a 20-sided three-dimensional shape with the edges cut off. So like a D20 with the edges cut off.
Oh, I understand. Okay, truncated icosahedron. It's not very easy to pronounce.
The icosa, that's 20 in Greek, so that's why it's called that.
Okay, and where can people follow you these days?
Cosmostag on X, and I'm also on Tree Chat. Oh yeah, you should join that. And well, that's about it. Yeah.
And special thanks to the sponsors. Once again, I'm gonna mention them. It's Layer 2 Labs, Citrea, Hodling.ch, Sideshift.ai, NoOnes.com, and Bitcoin.com news. Thank you very much. This was it. And don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, Daniel.